attorney. So there's 165,000. Doesn't matter what line it's in the budget.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Go ahead, Lou.
So if that 165, that means if we get an attorney, we don't get an engineer?
No.
Okay, great. I just
Not
wanna-
mutual
I
excuse.
missed, maybe I misheard.
There are things that I would like to see added to the budget, and I'll talk about my reasoning behind it. We give out camp scholarships every year. Of course, the camp, we canceled our camp scholarships. We didn't give them out. The cost of camp has gone up. Although we have an affordable camp, we have a population where a lot of children live below the poverty line. And even though it seems like a bargain to some of us that are better heeled, I know of a lot of parents who can't afford to send 2 kids to camp, let alone, 3. So I'd like to see the camp scholarship program at least triple. I think it was around $7,500, $8,000. I mean, I'd like to see that go to like $25,000. That will have a direct impact on children in this community who really need a hand, and parents who need a place for their children that's safe and fun for the summer. We have kids going back to school that sat in apartments all summer, and we're lucky to get out 1 or 2 times to something special. And they're with their classmates, some of whom spent the summer in the Hamptons. It makes for very hard conversations come September. And I think that's the least you could offer a kid is a little bit of fun during the summer. So that's one thing I'd like to talk about during budget time, is vastly increasing that to serve those that really need a break in this community.
I have 8,000 in scholarships that we do.
It's 8,000? Okay, I forgot whether it was 7,500 or 8,000. So I'd like to see
The
that.
number? What did you say? I wasn't listening. What do you want to bring it to?
25 grand.
25. Okay.
And the other thing is trees. We have a tree budget. I'd like to at least double the tree budget. We have the money. If we don't do it now, it's never going to get done. And you're all smart people. You're all well-read people. You know what's going on in the world. This is the least we can do to try and stem the effects of global warming, and it will also help with the flooding in this community, and it also helps with the aesthetics of the community and the livability of the community. So I'd like to see that at least doubled. What's our tree budget now, Terry?
30, and then we added 42,000 for large tree pruning, street trees.
I'm just talking about buying trees.
30.
So I'd like to see that go to like 60, because the price of trees has gone up too.
I can say without conferring with the tree committee, to whom I am liaison, that would be very well accepted by the tree committee.
If it makes them happy, I'm happy.
They have broached an idea, and I think it's a good idea, but to try and create a nursery in the village where seedlings are planted to get big enough to offset the cost of purchasing trees. And it's something that they're exploring. And, I don't know if no one knows whether it's feasible or not now, but the idea would be there would be a piece of property in the village that seedlings could be planted on. They would rely on the use of volunteers to try and water, maintain, and they'd get to a point where instead of having to buy expensive trees, we'd be able to transplant those. Don't know if that's even feasible, but that's something that they're considering. And I also think the pruning is something we've been deficient in, and that is one of the reasons we may have lost more trees. So, it's as important as it is to plant trees, it's also important to maintain the trees that we have. And we have not been great at doing that.
3 to 5 year trees we can maintain. It's the large trees that we just don't have the equipment and the coverage and the skills.
I actually wasn't done. I'd also like to see more money put into walking safety improvements. We could talk about how that would manifest itself. But I've seen a lot of different communities have different machinations of signs, and both for speeding and for stop signs, to make the stop signs more prevalent and more noticeable, especially at night. And I'd like to talk to the traffic consultant about increasing that, and how if we spent the money, what would be the best way to spend it. We all had an email this morning about a harrowing experience one of our residents had walking her child to school, and we've had fatalities in the village recently. The gentleman on Mamaroneck Avenue was killed over the summer. So I think it behooves us to do everything we can to make this as safe as we can make it. And there's money to do it. We have money. We have a growing fund balance. We have almost a zero tax increase. If we don't keep residents safe, then that's going to be on us when, God forbid, someday somebody has a more serious accident with a child, or you all know where I'm going with this, and I don't want to jinx us.
Can I ask a question or two about that? Are you talking about? I know you're talking about the walking safety surveys and
Yeah.
That we've created, but adding money for a traffic consultant under contract services is easy. We can do that now in this budget because there's so much flex. But some of those improvements can cost, just like Fenimore and Prospect is going to cost between $88,000 and $100,000. So are you saying to absorb those costs in this
No.
general, or?
No. That's not what I was saying. I wasn't talking about capital projects.
Okay,
I wasn't talking about like the sidewalk that needs to be put on Old Post Road. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about, and I'll get into it more at another time, but a lot of communities have now, we have the big speed mobility trailers, and they're great, and they serve a real purpose. But a lot of communities now have the little square ones that get mounted on a pole, and they're ubiquitous in some of these communities. And it tells you your speed, and it says, "Hey, slow." It gives you like a real-time message. And it
Slow
varies.
down, yeah.
Hey, slow down, or you're under the speed limit. You're doing great. And it's really the technology has really took a big jump in the next few years.
Yep.
And I've seen these stop signs that at night have a ring of light around them, and they're on a battery that's solar powered, and they have a ring of light around them, so that you see the stop sign from an extra 100 yards away before you get there, and there's no saying you didn't see the stop sign. So just things like, and I'm not just saying that in and of itself. I mean, I'd like to talk to the consultant to get his advice on what is the most effective and efficient way of doing that.
Okay.
But those are just some of the ideas I'm throwing out that to make this community safer.
I think the concept is good, a good concept. I think we also, we've talked about lots of capital improvement projects, but we don't seem to be moving very fast on them. Old Post Road sidewalk is a good example. And we're not coordinated because part of it was supposed to include the McDonald's property, which just went through a site approval, but the request for having a sidewalk there somehow or other disappeared. So we be better coordinated in that. And I think my concern would be the emphasis of undertaking the projects, which are really costly, in trying to move them forward as a very significant priority.
So I think that demonstrates the deficiency that we have without a director of planning as well as a village engineer. And I know that some board members are concerned about adding staff, but we're not adding staff. We're returning staff to what it was in the past before we had to gut the budget because we had this once in a lifetime pandemic coming our way. And I think that kind of coordination, Dan Sarnoff and I can't handle that from in our office because we have so many other things going on. But if that was a village engineer and a director of planning focused on that, that would have easily been taken care of. And I'm sorry that I didn't even know that it was dropped in that, because now it's, it's probably a difficult position.
To Trustee Natchis's point, I just want to, Dan, I think you're right. I think those are important, the capital projects that you talked about.
Yeah.
But the stuff I'm talking about in the budget is not a capital project. It is more hardware to be installed in the village. Just Jerry, as when do we think that the Prospect and Fenimore project is going to start?
We can get, as soon as we find out what the schedule is, when we have the contractors from Scarsdale, as soon as we see what their schedule is, we'll be able to get them there, because we're doing the piggyback, right, Dan? We're doing that piggyback.
That's our goal. But as far as the actual specs, they're being prepared by AKRF. We reviewed them as a staff. I want to say, was it the week before last, Jerry?
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, it was myself, Jerry, police, fire department. I think I can't recall if you were there, Mayor, but we've gotten our comments to AKRF and they're finalizing the specs on that. And just as a total aside, a lot of the projects that we've had them working on as far as conceptual plans for sidewalks in various locations, I did ask for capital budget estimates so I can present that to the board with the capital budget. And I actually just sent an email to the mayor and I copied Jerry about some questions on hardware recommendations that I had asked for at the beginning of February. So you read my mind.
Jerry, in terms of the number of people that we are, quote, bringing back, what would be helpful to have an analysis of what the budget is that you're proposing in terms of its dollars, how much is being increased in terms of bringing back or adding additional staff, what the major differences are and how it's been being made up. So we have a real feel of the numbers and whether these are one-time approaches or continual approaches. Nobody has a crystal ball, but obviously you've done some thinking about that in preparing the budget. It'd be helpful to share that with the board.
Yeah, so that'll all be reflected in the revenue projections, of course. But as I said, there's almost $550,000 in flex in the budget that we're ready to present the Board of Trustees.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of reduction of revenue and increasing of spending to get to that sweet spot that we're all looking for.
I'm appreciative of that, but I'm not looking necessarily for line items. I'm looking for, totals and, this is attributed to that, et cetera. As you made a quick analysis of, some of it is coming from the sales tax, some of it is coming from the reduced pension, et cetera. I'd like to see all that, in big picture approach so that we really understand, how much we're increasing the budget by, money is coming from in relation to our ongoing programs.
You will have, you'll have what we're increasing the budget by as far as projections. You'll have what we're increasing the budget by as far as expenses. It all becomes lumped into one pot as far as revenue, because revenues are combined for the village. And expenses should be and can be justified by us. For instance, if I'm asking for staff to be returned, like a village engineer and a planner, it's my job, it's my task to justify to the board on why we need these individuals to come back. I can't attribute the increase in revenue in parking that we're projecting to a line item in expense. I can't do that because that's not how we think. That's not how we put the budget together.
That's not what I was asking for, Jerry.
Okay,
What
then.
I'm suggesting is you started off and answered the question, and in your presentation, that we're bringing back so many people and adding so many people. That comes up to a total dollar figure, whatever it is. Okay, that the sales tax, seems to be X dollars more than what was projected.
Okay, I can do that.
So we have a relative idea of the large numbers, not trying to assign a specific revenue to a specific expense, but taking a look at the total approaches to life, and so that we can have some idea of what the juggling is and how it is being done. So we can be on the same page with what you've done that we can look at it on a micro basis, which what you have done on a micro in the macro, or the other way around, excuse me.
Yeah, macro to micro.
You've done on a
So we can
micro
do
basis and
that.
we do on a macro basis.
Yep. And we can
And
provide that to the board by next week, by the end of next week, no problem, because we've already done it. Yeah.
Jerry, what would help me? What Dan suggests, I understand, and that's fine. But what would help me too would be, the positions that you're putting back. If staff, and there's the dollars and cents issue. Okay, so let's put that on one side. But I'd also like an operational narrative of why this would be an improvement to the operation of the community, how things would function better if we hired ABC employee.
Sure. I'll be able to provide that, and it'll be more than just, I don't want to do the engineer's job anymore type of thing. No problem. No problem. We can provide that.
I want it to be, explained in a functionality way.
Yeah, of course. That's more than fair. Absolutely. And I'll work on that to make sure that that's clear in a memo to the board regarding the budget.
Okay, thank you.
It would also be, I'm sorry, go ahead, Norma.
Oh, I think we can all see why you don't want to keep doing the engineer's job. By the way, I think that's not, that's very reasonable.
It's hard and I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, in part, right. But you just play one on TV, right? But I know Village Hall is pretty crowded, and I know we're putting people back, but there is that territorial imperative where if there's an empty space, it gets filled. So
Yeah.
Is there going to be, are there going to be space adjustments that we have to consider too with this, or are we going to be able to squeeze
No,
in?
there won't be space adjustments for the people that we're returning. They may have a smaller office than the engineer used to have in the past,
Mhm.
but other than that, there won't be space issues. We already have them allotted.
Thanks.
Jerry, I think it would also be very helpful to share this with the budget committee as we go.
Okay.
Well,
Who's liaison to the budget committee now?
Tom, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So you let me know when the next meeting is, and I can, whatever I give the board, the rule, my rule, right? Whatever I give the board, I can give to the budget committee after. So no problem there.
It's their meetings are always the first Wednesday of the month unless they've changed that.
Okay.
I'll take care of budget committee.
Okay.
We have a
Yeah.
member watching right now.
Well, good for them.
Okay, good. So whatever I
Anybody else on
provide the
board?
board of trustees,
You're
I'll
good.
share with the budget committee.
Victor,
No
go
problem.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for the presentation. I hear
Sure.
you're going to send it to us.
Yeah.
And in order to produce that, view, and I think you have in a way preempted part of this conversation, which I'm not complaining about it. I think it's great you have a clear vision. But in order to produce that presentation, you said you're almost ready to go. You have those drafts. You have
I
the
have
budget. You have the budget ready. So I think instead of waiting for 3 weeks, I would benefit by digesting it slowly and then have real questions. So if you could provide it to us earlier in a very draft form, one that it'll help tremendously. So that's number one. Number two, I do think the conversation is missing those capital improvements. I've been here long enough to see a lot of great ideas and very few really get to the ground, not because anybody's fault, other than the cycle of government is so difficult. I do think we're in a good place now, moment now, as many of you have mentioned, to try to nail those, really nail those, to see some of those discussions. I think Nora just was tying the spaces. We're having tremendous problems with offices, with the village hall, with the offices. And this is the opportunity really to look at that as grants are coming, the things are kind of falling in place, the Army Corps of Engineers project, the engineering, and everything is, so this actually then, and because of the work of the last couple of years, the conversation on capital can be very focused. And in order to be effective, it has to go earlier or after we see, it can only be productive if we see this presentation that you have with a very draft budget that we will all respect if you change things by the time you told us you would submit it to us in, I think it's March 18th. But
Yeah.
by digesting it now, really will give me that vision of then what is where you can put not the money and cents, but the big bucks. And both can be as impactful on citizens' residents. I'm not pointing at anything or suggesting anything different, that everything has to be addressed in its context. So if that can be provided, as you said, like in a week or the end of this week, that'll be very beneficial.
I want to reinforce something that you said, Victor. We're ready to give you the budget because we're comfortable with the numbers. We're comfortable with the process. We're comfortable with everything that we've done. We're ready to hand it off to the Board of Trustees in a draft pre-discussion form so that the trustees, which is one of the main, in my opinion, one of the main jobs that you do, is to oversee the budget. I mean, look the budget over and take a look to see what numbers may be a little uncertain as you look at them. We're ready to do that. I'm ready tonight to be able to do that. I will go over it with Augie and Laura and Dan. I'm off tomorrow. I have to be in court in Long Island, but on Wednesday, we'll make time, go over it and get it to you. No problem. Completely confident in the budget that we're presenting.
That's terrific. It'll be a work document between interagency and between the village manager and the Board of Trustees. So that can be, that is terrific.
That's fine.
Because then
No
the
problem.
next step is, the next question is, or maybe I'm wrong, but did we really nail a meeting on capital projects, capital plan? Did we
I
nail
think it's
that?
the 30th, right? I think it's the 30th.
Yeah, we did that.
I think it's the 30th, Victor, but I don't have it in front of me. I should have it in front of me. But what I haven't done is I haven't worked with staff on the capital budget because we've been so focused on the general budget. So we'll transition to the capital budget, get ready for that meeting, and that'll be the full meeting for capital.
If we move ahead with this other very important, I mean, the main components, then we said it's March 30th.
It is March 30th, yes.
March 30th. So we'll be ready. We'll be ready for
Thank
capital
you.
discussion on March 30th, where we'll have the same format
Yes.
that we've had in the past. All of the budget sheets that were developed by department heads that Lou Young has just learned about last week. And that big book, Lou, that's what we're talking about.
Oh,
that
yeah,
big
got
book
it.
capital that we gave you. All those budget sheets that we gave you.
Yes,
And
yes.
we'll be ready for the 30th, Victor. We'll be ready.
Here's our proposal, and this is also from experience. Sometimes we get to discuss a certain department, but we don't discuss the capital projects that relate to that. And then we discuss capital projects as a whole, which is great in a big context, but we have not had the chance to discuss or have that very specific discussion of how it fits in the village's work. So if we could have some of those, it doesn't have to be anything sophisticated, just a reference even to something old, that as we look at areas of the village and we discuss them in the budget, or departments discuss the capital projects that go with it.
Oh.
For example,
You'll-
public works.
Yeah,
Yes,
you'll
we
see-
need to,
Yeah.
even if we dedicate some time organized, so to some of those ticket, big ticket items that require us, because then once you have the department is capable to do that, then you can tie in that project or not. We're caught in this wheel, and again, not fault of anybody, is the wheel
Yeah, yeah.
problem of budget. So, and it happens in many projects and other work I do, that you need to work also how I'm going to implement this. But if you get just looking at the department, looking at what you're going to do, then you get lost caught there. You have all the good intentions, but plugging them requires that connection. So even some document, some very brief explanation of what capital items, what projects go with each, that would be very, very helpful as we move
Okay.
along.
So
That's number
the
two.
reason I'm anxious to reintroduce the capital budget is because the capital budget has been significantly reduced. The fact that the federal government has taken our $7.8 million out of the capital budget for the Army Corps project, which was our previous commitment, and the grant that we received, the capital budget is actually going down. In addition to that, we're purchasing items. So that the capital budget is being reduced. I want to give you a fresh new spreadsheet, but Augie and Laura can easily redistribute to all the board members last year's spreadsheet to take a look at those priority projects that you want to grab and talk about, if that's what you want to do.
As we're digesting the village, then you can see also it will be very beneficial.
Yep.
And the Army Corps is a good example, because actually the budget committee was telling us always, why are you putting that out there? It's really,
They would always ask that.
and has to be the federal government, and they were actually right. But one more thing, because I see Trustee Natch is asking more, is I'll focus on one set of priorities as you review the project, and we all discuss and it's no coincidence, or you may see whatever, is all the issues that have been brought to our attention for years and very recently on the Washingtonville area. And actually, I mentioned it separately the other day as we were discussing those ARPA funds on doing some of that stormwater management, water flow analysis of where, because it's another, we're talking about not having another flood problem. But if it would strike today, if it strikes now or in April, we have the same drainage problem.
Yeah, we have the same.
So we really, I can't leave this special moment to do something about it. And other issues, I'm not going to highlight it all, but I would say that area of the village and one or two priorities of each area of the village, because maybe some Heights has some issues, some kind of key issues of each area would need to be addressed and integrated into our budget, so that we have the capital, the project, and the people to support that, as you see. So that is kind of a more holistic view, and also so I won't repeat them, but all the lineup of requests from, for example, Washingtonville, and very specific issues of the other neighborhoods, so that it's kind of fair and square. That fairness that we've been talking about, we implemented that policy, and it's not about talking or enacting policies; it's just getting them done. So that is I think the three things that I wanted to put on the table.
So that's a new look. That's a completely different look. What we have now is a capital budget where the department heads prioritized how they feel the purchases should happen. We also have a criteria scale that only I put, it's only my opinion. That criteria scale that we followed the comptroller's guidance is only my opinion of what criteria is more important. Is a trash truck more important than a fire truck? In my opinion, no. So those kinds of things are in our capital budget, but we never looked at what you just said, certain sections of the community and what priorities that section of the community looks at. That's just another way of prioritizing. That's why we need guidance.
And that's why I'll finish again, just highlighting flooding. If you have another big rain,
Yep.
Those drains are not gonna do it. And
Yep.
and we have the aquifer question mark, have some money for that aquifer, and without those elements, we can do beautiful land use or enact whatever we want to enact, but the information is gonna be there for our planner, for that engineer you wanna hire, that planner, the boards, the projects, the actual developers, the community. We need to invest in giving a current view of what is there. So I think that's my priority number one. We kind of,
Those directives come from you guys. Those directives comes from,
but actually I'm not overimposing. I'll finish with this again, because it's really the priorities that come out old from the previous comprehensive plan and the period, and they all come up. This is the 5 priorities that are there for the village, for all of us. That is, it's like the kind of the little constitution we have, and it binds us, board, and you and everybody. It's simple, like flooding. What are we doing about this one? Every budget needs to hit hard on that one. And if our situation is recovering, this is the time. We have federal money coming in, we have project coming in. This is the time where we can really nail it and have a budget that is going to be the most meaningful, I guess, of a decade.
Victor, I actually agree with that initiative, and I also think that it dovetails, if you're a community that has the flooding issues that we have, and you don't have an engineer working on it constantly, you're behind the 8 ball. So I think that dovetails into having staff who could work on projects like that and not have it to hire. But I do agree that should definitely be a priority.
it is a great discussion point, an excellent discussion point. I agree with Victor 100%.
Jerry, in terms of the capital budget, last year we had 3 pages of items, some large and a lot of small things, and they were ranked in multiple ways. I think the issue would be to have, if when you present it, to have the first 10, the second 10, et cetera, going down in terms of the major priorities for a capital budget, and spread and continue to look at it over the 5-year period. Otherwise, it gets overwhelming to try and get to it. We're not out of the minutia to the big picture. And I think that's part of what Victor is talking about as well. And I think that would be very helpful.
So, no, I agree with you. The thing is, there's nobody else to ask about reorganizing the priorities except the board members. So for instance, let me explain that. The department heads have provided their priority. They're not going to change their mind. I may have priorities, but I'm not the entity, I'm not the person that approves capital budgets, the capital budget. That'll be the Board of Trustees. If there's any way that you want us to look at the priorities of the capital budget, I think it's going to have to come from the Board of Trustees and what your priorities are, so that we can initiate those priorities in number order as you provide them to us.
If that's what you want us to do, which I'm
I
happy to be part of, doing it with the
There's
rest
no
of
one else to ask for priorities. Like you know what I mean? We've already given our priorities. I've given my criteria scale. Other than the board, which I want the priorities to come from the people who are approving the expense, who are passing the resolution, who are voting on the resolutions for all these items. So we can have those. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If that, I don't have a problem with that, but then we can't wait to the 30th. We have to have the stuff next week so that we can start to go through that and work, because it takes time. You have been working on months on the budget. That's not what we're going to do. But for us to do it, we need to see what everybody else has in mind and have time to put that together in a meaningful manner. And you can't do that, by getting it on the 30th and doing it on the 30th.
Right. So it won't take me and staff it won't take staff and I more than one day to remove the items that have already been purchased out of the capital budget, take a look at items that have expired or have been funded with other money. It won't take us more than one day, Dan. So we can have that to you early next week so that the capital budget is the board's to dice up, chop up, however you want to do it. And then we can have that discussion on the 30th. We can get that to you. That's no problem. Well, all of the work has been done in the capital budget except the updating. And it won't take us a week to do the updating. It'll take us a day to do updating.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable. We're right there. I mean, we're like I said in the previous meeting, we're thinking about our budget all year long. That's why when we set ourselves up this year to start looking at the budget, we knew exactly what we were looking at, and hoping and praying that the end of the pandemic was getting close. I still don't know if we're close, but mandates are being lifted and things seem to want to go back to normal. So that's how we're trying to approach it. Mayor, I didn't think we had 60 minutes worth of conversation, but I'm glad that we did.
I have just one more comment, and it's about the Army Corps. And it's great that we can take it out because the federal government is taking care of our share, but
Yeah.
we still have to maintain it. So once the plan is executed, we have to have in the budget a hefty annual fee for maintaining it.
Yeah.
And I think we need to we've never budgeted for that. We've never really considered that. And to that end, we haven't done a good job of maintaining that reservoir. And that's why it's in such poor shape. It was released to us and we didn't maintain it. So, I think that we want to be sure we're putting away funds for this maintenance of the Army Corps plan once it's completed, because that's something that's completely on us.
Okay, that is an operational recurring that's going to have to be in the budget when it's operational.
Right. But I mean,
It's completed.
But my point is, you don't put it in now because it's not operational now.
no, but I think it's going to be a hefty chunk of a budget.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not going to be offset by any new kind of revenue. That's all.
It's going to be several $100,000, but I want to tell you why there's also some items in the budget that may not be the focus of what we've looked at in the past, and that's with our negotiated CSEA contract. When we hire a new motor equipment operator, that starting salary is $20,000 less than the person that's retiring. When we hire a new laborer, that starting salary is $14,000 less. And when I say that, it's also savings that we can count on year after year after year as our long-term employees retire and we replace them with new employees, because there's no step guide anymore. They basically do not get their $5,000-$6,000 chunk in increases as a step and the 2% or 2.5% negotiated. They're just getting the 2% negotiated. And so that's saving us a tremendous amount of money in labor costs that I can demonstrate, and I'll do an analysis when I'm finished with the capital budget and when we're finished with the budget meetings. And I'll be able to demonstrate that because we have retirees, people who've worked here 25, 30 years. They leave and we replace them, just like mechanics, right? Mechanics now are $16,000 less starting salary for a mechanic, only because we were so successful at negotiating the contract. And those are long-term savings, Nora, that will help us add 350,000 for the ongoing maintenance of the Army Corps project. Because I think our number is like 350,000 a year.
It's big.
Yeah, it's big. It's a lot. It's almost like so much. How are we going to spend all that money?
Good. Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Lou, go ahead.
Okay.
Then we have to move on.
Okay, yeah, because two things. One, we were talking about priorities, and Jerry can't set the priorities. We have to set them and then tell him what to do. We can't wait for him to tell us what he wants to do and then pick at it. So if there aren't priorities, it's because his board hasn't set them. And the other thing about maintenance of this project, yeah, we're gonna have to maintain it. We have to send police cars over there too. We have to do all sorts of stuff for that part of the community. And it hasn't been done for years, which is what I was talking about with the River Maintenance Fund. We've been ignoring it. So yeah, we're gonna have to maintain that project when it's built. Absolutely. I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry and staff and board. Jerry, I'm looking forward to reading the whole thing.
Mayor, everyone's contributed to this process, but no one has contributed more than Augie, Dan, and Laura Vasami. And Laura's my favorite.
We are well served.
Oh, Jerry, she just got off the call. She missed that.
Okay. Thank you all. We're going to go to the regular Board of Trustees work session. Need a motion to open the work session.
So moved.
I thought we already did.
Now, that was the budget session. Well, now we'll open the work session.
So then do we need to close it?
It was second by Lou. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. I see we have, I saw Mr. Burt. Where'd Mr. Burt go?
Hey, he's there. I see him.
Oh, hey,
Good
Tom.
evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
Good.
As is our want, when there is a visitor who has a business before us, at this point, Mr. Burt is the chairman of the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission. We're going to take that item. Oh, I need a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
Before we do that, I'd like to vote the motion to adopt the agenda, but there are at least two things that were left out of the agenda that need to be in the future. One has to do with the enforcement of the multiple dwellings law, which we have not completed. And the other with the community refrigerator, and they should be back in the where they were, and that the review of the recommended change in the wetlands law be moved to number 1. And with those changes, I so.
Okay, he made the motion. Second,
I second it.
call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFloor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. So let's go to Mr. Burt's item. Let me just find it on the agenda. Okay, proposed wetlands amendment from HCCMC. This is item 1H, or as my grandma would say, H. Thomas, would you like to give us a rough and ready assessment of what this is?
I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The big ticket item here is that it moves it makes the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission the permitting authority for wetlands permits. There are a bunch of other small fixes in there. It clarifies the definition of wetlands in a few respects. You can see in the red line, in the black lines, and does some other definitional stuff. But and it aligns the notification practices with what's used for every other application. But the major thing that it does is changes the authority. Much of what comes in front of Harbor Coastal for consistency comes on wetlands applications, but they have to go through planning first, which means it's first touched by planning and then by us. Some of that seems to me unnecessary, since much of what we're going to do is our review of floodplain and environmental issues that are already embodied in our policies for consistency, as we are currently and have long been the permitting authority for marine structures. We could be the permitting authority for wetlands, and that means that at least some group of applications are only going to need one board to touch them instead of 2.
Do we know why planning was the permitting authority before? I'm just asking, but there has to be some history here, right?
There probably is, and it has been that way for so long that I can't give you a history.
If I,
Mr. Natchez?
first of all, I want to thank the Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission for a unbelievably thorough job of going through the nitty gritty, which ain't easy. And for the last 2.5 years, this board has been saying that, it should be moved from the planning board to the to the Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission for the wetlands permit. The reason I think it was in the planning board originally was that the law itself was defined as, or I guess is targeted as under the DEC as a freshwater wetlands. And it's really not, it's all wetlands. In that, so when most communities don't have a Harbor and Coastal Zone Management Commission separate from a planning board. And so at the time I think this was done, it just was handled that way. It has become, I think, a detriment to try and, it just adds more stops and less productivity in terms of review and coming to grips with it. It doesn't take away any of the planning board's authority for what their role is in site planning, et cetera. But it does help to streamline the process, which is one of the major issues that we continually hear rumblings about from residents and applicants as well.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against it. I just want to play devil's advocate here. I'd like to know, one of the things I'd like to know is, are there other communities, because there's a lot of communities now that have a coastal zone management program. How do they handle it? Are there CZMs permitting authorities for wetlands too? So
If I may attempt to answer that, Tom, most communities like Rye, New Rochelle and others don't have a separate board.
Yeah, I understand that. My question is communities that have a separate board and how they handle it. It was very specific. And I would just, I would just like to see some research on that. So if we're reinventing the wheel, I just want to make sure that it hasn't been tried to be invented before, and to see what happened in those other communities. I think that's just basic due diligence, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out. We could have our attorneys work on that.
Let me share
Victor, you have your
something.
hand up?
Yeah, let me share something. I had some work on that field to work on the protecting the Hudson for many years. And in that capacity, looking at all the local waterfront plans and which of the commissions, how they function, they are very different. And actually, probably only one along the Hudson may have some resemblance or so that independent that ours has. And ours is very different from the ones along the shoreline. So they're very unique, and that they're independent and have their own consistency are very, very few. So it's very hard to compare. It's very difficult research because it's not that you cannot compare. You have to compare based on the structure. But if you compare the ones that do have more authority, they are giving more permitting and are stronger.
That's all I'm asking for, is just.
That's what I'm telling you. I only could find one that was kind of as strong as ours along the Hudson. Maybe there's 2 or 3, but very few. So it's a very unique conversation.
Okay,
This is
why we hire attorneys to do this research for us.
Can I ask Victor where that is? What community is that, Victor?
I think Sleepy Hollow, for example, is one.
Sleepy Hollow?
Sleepy Hollow is one. And there's been a lot of progress in LWRP and commissions along the, because precisely the Department of State has been helping, so that every community has a stronger, especially riverfront ones. But I don't know what it would give to this conversation, since it's very specific on very much details of wetlands and how it functions within the permitting, and that's where really I have the questions, but anyway, if
Okay.
the board wants to go that way, I don't think it adds at this point to the conversation. It will slow down something that we've been waiting for like 5 years. So respectfully
Okay, well-
disagree. I don't think that will give us any help, Mayor.
Okay, I don't see how looking to see if other communities have done this, it would be detrimental to the process. You know, it's just part of the process. That's just due diligence. It's doing your homework. I'm not
That's
saying that
on
we
you.
should.
We've been working.
I'm
on
still
this.
talking.
Okay.
I'm not saying that we should not move forward with this, but while we're moving, it's okay to look.
Okay, so make a proposal, who's gonna do it and when they're gonna bring it back to us, because I don't really want to slow this process down.
You can, my suggestion is if you want to have the attorneys contact the Department of State and Coastal Management, they will be the ones to be able to tell you.
I think that is a good.
Let me finish, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was agreeing with you. I know you're not used to that, but I was agreeing with you.
Okay. On the south end of Long Island, most of the wetland areas are owned by the town, but under a different mechanism, and the trustees actually have a separate role than the trustees for the village or the town. So you have a separate board, and they control with complete autonomy what you can and cannot do in the wetlands. And that has to do with the underwater land ownership and how that came about. But
That
what,
has to do with patents.
yes, I'm sorry.
That has to do with the patents, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the letters patents, and for instance, Donegal patent covers most of the Hamptons.
That's right.
It gets to be a much tighter and a much different vantage point than what I think is being done, but conceptually the same. I.e., you're having what we have is a structures permit, a CZM review, and what we're suggesting is a wetlands permit all in one. Many of them are more fractionalized on the east end of Long Island due to the ownership issues, because that triggers a whole different issue. But what I'd like to suggest is, maybe you all can, as the attorneys can move forward and a quick review on that, and hopefully get back to us in, a week or two. The Department of State is a good resource and can tell you quickly, if there are other communities and where they could be. But I'd like to try and, if the board is in agreement, to move this forward by sending it to the other land use boards for their comments. So, don't sidetrack this.
Well, I'd like to discuss this at least at one more meeting before we send it to the land use boards for their comments, because that usually is when you've already decided that you're going to pass a law. And I'd like, input. Let me finish, I swear. I'd like input from the village attorneys on, the draft of the law, and if they see any hiccups or modifications that needed to be made, and have this back on the agenda in 2 weeks and see where we are. It's a huge change.
Second,
It's a huge change.
the idea of moving this forward and at the same, working on parallel tracks so that we can then get all the input at the same time, give them 2 weeks because they typically take even longer. And actually, why do we want this to go to zoning, Trustee Natchez? Why do we want this? Maybe planning, I understand. Why do they want it to go to zoning?
I don't care whether it goes to zoning or not. It's just been the practice that we've sent it to land use boards when we're changing land use language. But,
But it's nothing they implement. so why-
basically what you need is the input from the planning board.
Right? So why don't we refer to them at the same time that we make all the other research and then
Because
they
we
meet
don't
more
know,
frequently?
we don't know if we're
Can
gonna
I-
change
can I
the
finish?
law.
Can I finish?
Sure.
They work more, they meet more regularly so we can get their feedback and then put everything together. And then we don't piecemeal so much. So if we could
Fine
refer
with
that,
me.
I'll second your motion and let's move this forward. let's try to get things,
Okay, so let me get this straight. You want to send this to the land use boards tonight. After, it's a major law, it's the first time we've looked at it before the village attorneys have done the research or opined on it.
well, the lawyers prepared this. Didn't they? The land use lawyers helped the board prepare this. Actually, you didn't have the chance to do the
But
most
maybe the
important thing
land use
today.
lawyers.
Can I finish?
Victor,
You gave me
Victor.
the word. Can I finish?
Victor,
Trustee,
Okay.
let me ask, we have here the chair of the commission. Actually, we're arguing among ourselves, where we have this great opportunity to have him spend it and ask
Hold
him
on.
the questions. Have the
Hold on, hold on.
lawyers, have the
I-
lawyers looked at this? Can I ask him a question? Have the lawyers, land use lawyers, help you prepare this? How is this coming to us? Because really, the main questions we haven't asked you, how did this come about?
Hold on. Before I answer that, I just gotta-
How have we reached
I
this
gotta
moment?
point out
Can I
point
finish,
of
please?
information. Victor, there's a point of information here that you're missing. The land use board lawyer may have helped them forward, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. We are represented by the village attorney. We are the people who pass the law. Those land use attorneys are not representing us in this matter. We have a village attorney, and we ask him to review the law. Now, I know you'd all like to write him out of the process, but he's an integral part of the process. This is the law of the village of Mamaroneck. It's not the law, in all due respect, it's not the law of the zoning board, it's not the law of the planning board, it's not the law of HCZM. It's our law. So I want our attorney to review it. This
I
is
want
just
that too.
process. This is normal
second that,
process.
Mayor. I second that. I hope Bob, I'm sure Bob and Mark are going to give us great advice in 2 weeks. Happy and welcome that. Actually, it's not just necessary, it's part of our system. But I wanted to ask the commissioner or the head of the commission to tell us how this got to us after years of the making. I think that's the reason why we're here.
It is to review that law, to decide whether we want to move forward. And you're wanting to send it to the other land use boards without having our lawyer review it. Go ahead, but Thomas, if you want to answer.
I think we went
please do.
time.
Well, just to try to be informative, actually, we worked on this for quite a while, and in the drafting stage, we still shared counsel with the Board of Trustees. So at that point, it was the folks from Mr. Spalzino's office who were assisting us with getting the draft together. So just telling you for information purposes.
But that's been well over a year ago, right?
Yes, that's correct. It went around for a while. So.
And who was that? Was that Christie?
Yes.
Probably Christie, yeah.
Okay, so she's no longer here.
I understand some institutional memory may have been lost. I'm not trying to push anybody about who should or needs to review it. I was just providing information.
Thank you, Thomas. All I'm asking is to wait 2 weeks before you make a decision. You so many things have languished for years. Now this has to be done tonight.
Can I ask you a question, please? So I'm telling.
Please do.
Trustee Commissioner Burke, you have land use counsel from a law firm. Did they help you prepare this? Or is it just the commission working?
What I was telling you is when we had land use counsel that were from the same firm as the Board of Trustees counsel, we had their assistance drafting. We've now moved this through the process, and we haven't had much interaction with our present land use counsel on this.
Thank you. That was the question. We're finally getting, so essentially, how do you want to fill that gap? Do you want to run it again through them, or should we then, because I don't want them, how can we streamline this process? Really the main of the conversation, because are you going to refer it to them, and they are the same as the land and as the planning board? Shouldn't we have eventually more like a joint? I mean, has your land use council, your council checked it, says this is good to go, good to pass to the Board of Trustees? Or I don't want to go back, go back to questions or issues that they're going to say, well, we think that was probably not the way we wanted you to proceed. I want to just kind of if we're going to move forward, know that the council that is now sitting next to you is okay with all this changes.
So that hasn't happened. Wish I could read this.
Now let him answer, please.
So wait, that's a question to me. Like,
Yeah,
we're fine with, our hands are off it. We had counsel in drafting, we voted it, and it's our recommendation.
okay.
I'm not worried
Tom-
that we don't have attorneys' opinions on it. We
No,
do.
Thomas, I understand that. I understand that, and I appreciate that. But I think the question was, has the current council reviewed it?
They reviewed it briefly. They did not do a deep dive because that had
Okay.
already been done by Mr. Spalzino's office. And I understand there's been a change of personnel. That was a while ago.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have a situation where if you're making the argument that the current land use council was the one who did it, that didn't happen. This has been over a year since Mr. Spalzino's firm has looked at it with an attorney who's no longer there. This would be foolhardy to send out to the other boards and commissions until we've given them, our attorneys, at least 2 weeks to look at it. And I don't know what the problem was with 2 weeks. And to also look at the other issue about other communities and how they operate. I don't understand.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so having spent a lot of time with our LWRP rewrite, which isn't fully completed and adopted, that was before I was a trustee. LWRPs are as varied as the communities in which they sit, so I don't think there's an awful lot of benefit in comparing this process to other communities. And you know, if that's something we want to ask the attorney to do, I'm not sure it's a good use of their time. I would suggest that, you know, we develop a policy that if we're going to discuss a law, we make it, you know, I mean, we ask the attorneys, we give them a heads up, like we've had this was on the agenda. This is the third time it's been on the agenda. We should point out to them that this is going to be up. You know, we don't always get through our agenda, and sometimes it feels like, you know, you've taken a test 2 or 3, you're prepared for the test 2 or 3 times, the test gets canceled, but you still have to keep studying for it. So I think we should be better off at, you know, just reminding our attorneys that this is something that we're going to discuss today. We're not great at that. And I also think, based on all of the laws we have passed and tried to pass where we've involved land use boards, there's a benefit to sending it to the boards who may have comments earlier on. And so I think while Bob and Mark are looking at this draft, there's nothing wrong with the planning board making comments as well, because we're all going to keep going back and forth on this, and let's just do a parallel track. This is not a complicated law. This is something that's been discussed for many years, and I think we can proceed judiciously and efficiently by sending it to the planning board and by asking Bob and Mark to do a review. I mean, even if they reviewed it a year ago, how are they going to remember? You know, it's a year ago. So
Okay.
that would be my
I just want to point out, and Thomas could correct me if I'm wrong, he's the current chairman, I'm a past chairman. The wetlands permit is not dependent upon the policies of an LWRP. So that's kind of apples and oranges right there. So I think it is helpful to look at how other communities are doing this. I don't understand why you wouldn't. It just seems to me to be, you know, this is a 2-week wait on a law that's very important, changing permitting authority for an important function. And it may very well be the best thing to do. And I'm not saying it isn't. It's the first time we're discussing it. We've had laws that we discussed for a year and a half. Yes, Victor. Victor.
Besides, we have here a recommendation from a commission that they say it's final, they voted on it. So I think at this point, then we'll see where we at, but we are not going to now say, oh, we're going to draft that, the commission, or are you suggesting that we now say, have our attorney review, and then we take this and say, you know what, we just don't want to act on it, we're going to send it back to you guys? I think it's better just to pass it on to the board, as Nora, Trustee Lucas was saying, and on a parallel track, we wait and see what our attorney has to say, and we then we'll make a decision. But then we'll have advanced. As you say, we've been dragging in so many laws, so a long time. I think we have a final advice and a recommendation. Let's pass it on and then have a full discussion. So I second Trustee Lucas's, maybe call for a vote and.
No, you can
And
do
how
it. I
far
mean,
on this?
you have three of you want to do it, but I'm just pointing out that it makes no sense. You know, it really doesn't. You know, the idea, and I respect the CZM, and you know, I was a member of CZM, but you're saying, you know, they passed it unanimously, and that's great. It's a recommendation. We're the legislating board. They're not trying to legislate. They just gave us, you know, this was like if we had passed the first tree law that came to us, we'd all be gone. You know, because that wasn't something that the community was going to support. So to say, oh, we got this from a board and, you know, we're just going to pass it on like we're a pass through. We're legislators. All I'm asking is for time to do due diligence. If you don't want to have the time to do due diligence, fine, send it on to the other boards. But, you know, let them know that it could very well change.
You know, I think that we're having a conversation without really hearing each other.
No,
I
I
think-
heard you. I don't agree with you.
Okay,
I'm not against this. I'm asking for 2 weeks time for people to do due diligence. It
Can I
makes no
finish?
sense.
Can I finish? I think part of the
Go
due
ahead.
diligence, the part of the due diligence that we need to do, and we don't do this as a rule, is get information from all the stakeholders in the beginning. The planning board is a stakeholder here. Our lawyers are going to keep us on the straight and narrow here. They can work simultaneously without being in competition. And so I think that if we ask the planning board for comments and we get comments from Bob and Mark, and you know, if Bob and Mark, if enough people think it's productive for Bob and Mark to do some research with DOS to see if there's any other kinds of examples or any precedents, they're going to figure out pretty quickly. They're smart guys, whether or not their research is productive. And then in 2 weeks, or maybe 4 weeks, depending on how this all takes, we'll be able to have an informed conversation
All
with
right, so
information
it's gonna be
from,
on the agenda for 2 weeks from now.
and if we don't have all the information, we'll make it clear and we'll discuss it 2 weeks after that. But I think if Bob and Mark can get their stuff done in 2 weeks and the planning board can make comments in 2 weeks, which maybe they can't, we'll have more information.
That's what I thought. I said, yeah.
I'll second that for a third time. Can we just vote on it?
Yeah. You can do it. Yeah, fine. You don't have to
So
second it.
unanimously, just pass it on? Okay. So it's gonna be referred to Commissioner Burt, and we're gonna move forward on this. Thank you for.
You know, you have to look at the code. The code says that may be referred to land use boards. I don't think it just says planning board. So I don't want to get in a situation where if the code says may be referred to land use boards and we're just sending it to one board.
Mayor, can you read the
somebody-
entire sentence? Can you read the
What?
entire sentence? Because I think at the beginning it says, if it's a change to 242. Can you read the entire section? I think it's, though, you have to refer to those three at the minimum if it's a land use change, but we have lawyers here that can help us, Mark and Bob. What's the section? The full section?
I'll have to pull up the code. It's going to take me a few minutes to do this, so.
I think we're going to be here for a while.
Agreed. Do you have the section, Mayor? It'll help me grab the section.
I don't have to say, I just do it off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
You know, I read something somewhere and sometimes it sticks.
If I may, just pragmatically, some of the folks at zoning have been past commissioners of Harbor Coastal, and they're fine people, volunteer land use, and sometimes land use professionals whose opinions I respect. As a practical matter, I have no issue with getting their views of the proposed law.
I agree with you. I don't know why you wouldn't. Just as a courtesy, too.
David sat with me and for a year and was
Okay, so
terrifically helpful.
instead of having him look it up, why don't we just send it to zoning and planning?
Sure,
With me.
sure,
I don't know.
fine,
Okay, fine. Thomas, thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, trustees, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your attention to this.
And did you enjoy the trip?
I did. Thank you for asking. I'm now a bit jet lagged, but if you need any, I got to show my kids Rome and Florence, and I will tell you that some things you really have to see with your own eyes. If you ever have the opportunity, I would say David is one of those things that you can't fully appreciate from photographs.
I was living vicariously.
Jealous.
Have a great time.
Thanks very
Thanks,
much,
Thomas.
folks.
Thank
care.
you.
All righty. Moving right along. Item 1A, American Rescue Funds.
Mayor, Mr.
Jerry, you want to
Sarnoff and
start
I,
this? I'm sorry, what? Go ahead.
Mr. Sarnoff and I were very engrossed and involved in the budget, so we didn't have time to put a detailed plan together as the board has asked, so I don't have
All right.
anything for A
Okay.
tonight.
I don't have a problem with waiting, Jerry, but my concern is that I think we've all agreed that river gauges are to be part of this.
Oh, sure. I think so. Yeah.
And that
I agree
in
with
the
that.
operating budget, we would need the $10,000 a year for 3 years.
Okay, I'll get that in there.
Waiting, what's doing? Filling vacancy for unexpired terms. Hold on. What's she doing? I'm sorry, I got a little screwed up. Is there an update for the village attorney to provide us?
Well, we have provided you with the laws, and we have provided you with a privileged and confidential memorandum with regard to what we see as a legal issue. I'll be happy to discuss it here if that's what the board wants. The board wants to waive the privilege. If not, I will be happy to discuss it in an advice of counsel session if you would prefer.
I'm fine with discussing it out here. You folks fine with discussing it out here?
Yeah, it's because it's basically the same issue as the cannabis moratorium, the confusion.
Yeah, here's the, if.
Okay, wait. Before you get started, Nora and I have said we're okay with waiving the privilege.
You're right.
Are the rest of you okay with waiving the privilege?
Yes.
All right, so we've got a majority.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So here's the problem. And I should say, I may not have said this directly in the memorandum, but if you want to establish this, there has to be a referendum. If you want to have that referendum at a special election, there is no problem. You can adopt this whenever you want. And there'll have to be a special election. I think it's within 45 days. The problem comes if you want to have the referendum at the general election in November. The problem there is that there are two conflicting laws, okay? There's one law that says if you want a proposal on the ballot in November, you have to have it to the Board of Elections by roughly August 1st, okay? The law dealing with referenda, with these kinds of changes, the municipal home rule law, says that if you adopt the law before August 1st, you have to have a special election. So there's no way to reconcile those two laws. If you read those two laws strictly, there's no way to put a referendum on the November ballot.
I think this was a confusion that a lot of communities had with the permissive referendum related to opting out. And I think part of it is we don't have village elections. So village elections were typically in March. So all of this language kind of relates to when the election occurs. But we, 20 some odd years ago, we moved our elections to November. But the state law has never caught up with that. So it would,
Oh.
and also now that we're no longer involved with now that the primary has been moved up to June and early voting is occurring, the Board of Elections needs all the information for referendums earlier so they can get the military ballots out. So like there've been other changes of deadlines to get something. Like it used to be you had to have something to them like in September before a November election. Now we have to do it in August. So it seems like state law hasn't caught up with the change in with the changes that boards of elections have come up with in response to organizing early voting.
So
That's correct.
these laws are mandatory permissive referendums.
That's right.
Mhm.
No, they're mandatory referendum,
Referendums, not permissive.
not mandatory permissive referendum, mandatory referendum. They are not, they don't become law until they are passed by the voters.
So this looks like a problem that we should ask the state legislature to fix.
Well,
Cliff isn't here anymore.
If we voted theoretically on July 31st or 30th, whatever it is, can we designate the special election being November, whatever?
no,
There's a 45-day
right.
time frame. I guess the other question is, I mean, it just seems like it doesn't seem appropriate that there's this bind. And the bind really was discovered because of all of the potential referendums for the opt-out law, because that timing didn't work.
Okay.
We didn't realize this a year ago when we adopted two laws that just never got to the referendum and that never got to the Board of Elections.
Well, wouldn't we have run into the same problem if they had?
I mean, nobody recognized it.
No, I'm just saying though.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's a conundrum.
Well, it's March. It's now the beginning of March for all intents and purposes after tonight. Why don't we go to the Attorney General for an interpretation?
Bob, is this something the Attorney General would opine upon?
I don't know.
She must love us by now.
I'm doubting it's landed on her desk.
I can write a letter. We can write a letter to the Attorney General saying, how does one get,
Yeah,
can you answer the question of how one gets a referendum on the November ballot, given these conflicting provisions?
I think we should write that and CC our two
Yeah. Yes.
representatives.
I'm with you. Yes.
And gosh darn it, put the governor on there too.
Okay,
Well, we're not the only community that's had that problem.
I know, and but if you don't, obviously I'm not in favor of any of this, but I think that the logistical problem of figuring out how to do referendums should be fixed.
Yeah.
All right, so Bob, could you get that when you get a chance?
Mark can.
Mark can. Hi, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
I love that.
I just want to put it, we have on tonight, Mr. Shafir, am I pronouncing it correctly? Mr. Shafir is here for Venicity, which is on for the regular meeting. So I'm going to skip ahead to 2E so that we're not wasting Mr. Shafir's time and our time. So Venicity 2E. And thank you for coming here, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Board of Trustees. It's great, and everyone else in attendance. It's lovely to have the opportunity to speak with you all and share what it is that we do for communities and see if this is something for you. Just to share, you guys can all hear me just okay?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. I just have to pop out for a second, but I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Though.
Should we wait for
Jonathan,
you?
what time is it in Israel?
It's tomorrow. It's about 12:40 a.m.
Thank you.
It's okay. My initial thoughts was this was starting at 3 a.m. So this is
Good.
this
We
is
give you a break.
prime coffee. Excellent. So should we wait for the mayor to return?
Yeah, I think he's interested in hearing this.
Wonderful. Excellent.
Augie, can Jonathan share his screen?
Yeah.
Is that something you plan on doing, Jonathan?
Yes. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, yeah, so put the presentation.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Excellent. Just whilst I wait for the mayor to return, I'm not too sure if I've been to Mamaroneck, but I've certainly been to Westchester many years ago. So I do have fond memories of the area. I'm originally from Australia, so hence why the accent doesn't sound very Israeli. But very nice to meet all of you today.
Same here.
This is as big as it gets. Things now.
You're making the video.
Same thing with the.
Go ahead and roll.
Excellent. So I'll just wait for the mayor to return.
I don't know if that has to go to a vote.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
And then later on, you'll have to rejoin it with your video.
I'm gonna have to do the executive session with you.
Jonathan, the mayor, he's returned.
Oh, perfect. It's my eyesight is.
Okay.
Andre, if you could mute yourself, we have a presentation, then we'll.
When you mute us.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My name is Jonathan Shafir. I oversee village and city partnerships here at Zen City. Just to share a little bit about Zen City, we are a local government exclusive technology vendor, and our main mission is to help village leadership better connect, better engage, better understand their quiet majority residents. So the voices, the residents, I don't always have the right opportunity or the right means to share what's going on and what they care about within the village. And we do this to counterbalance what we refer to as the same 10 people, the same few voices that we hear from very frequently. We call them the STPs, same 10 people. And we love them because they're passionate members of our community. But our primary goal is to help you guys hear from the remaining 20,000 other residents on things that are important to the village, whether it be from flooding measures or anything, or any of the matters we've participated in the last hour or so. Anywhere down to downtown redevelopment projects, to what should our new park look like? Should we introduce pickleball courts, splash pads, and really understanding resident opinion and resident sentiment from all pockets of our community. That's our primary mission. And I'll just go through in just a few slides as to how we actually achieve this. But as an Australian, feel free to ask questions as we go along. I'm very polite, so I always like to keep council sessions as conversational as possible. Excellent. As mentioned, we are a local government exclusive vendor, so we only work with cities, towns, villages, counties, and a few different state agencies and district partnerships. We work for cities as large as Los Angeles and Chicago, but like our bread and butter is actually working with towns and villages between about 10 to 50,000 residents. This is where we work directly with Board of Trustees, Board of Council members, city manager, mayors. And this is where we actually see most impactful change because we're working very closely with senior leadership. Just to share, we work with about 300 local governments within your area of similar sized communities, towns like Guildford, West Springfield, Middleton, Meriden, Windsor, Longmeadow, which is even considerably smaller than you guys. I would focus that our main pillars would harp on this. Tap into our quiet majority residents, address any misinformation, misunderstanding within the community, but most impactfully, improving our messaging and improving our storytelling to our residents so that they feel as informed about things that are going on. And of course, engage senior leadership board members as well. From a mission standpoint, how do we actually achieve this? How do we actually help you connect and better engage with your quiet majority residents? We look to do this in two ways. One is, or in two sides of the coin, as part of our platform. The first way is to look at organic chatter that our residents are already having about town-related matters, village-related matters, sorry, that's publicly available. So we connect to all village-related channels, local and social media that's publicly available, synthesize, aggregate, and break down this resident feedback for you, and break it down into all the topics and departments that make up Village Hall. Anything from public health, public safety, sanitation, extreme weather, animal care, parks and recs, you name it. And on top of that, we would then do a lot of sentiment analysis to give you a fundamental view as to how residents are feeling about things that are going on. And then because we are local government exclusive, I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but a lot of our staff members, particularly from a reporting perspective, do come from a public policy background. And so we do look to do a lot of reporting for you that's designed to be written in ways that senior leadership, whether it be Dan or Jerry, anyone in the mayor's office or board of trustees, would like to understand resident impact accordingly. Common topics that we look to do is, as anything from village events to flooding event measures, which I understand is a pretty important topic for you guys, but particularly connecting with diverse communities. So we do translate from multiple languages as well. So, and the goal of that is to really help you hear from all pockets of the community and not necessarily just the primarily English-speaking community as well. As mentioned, this is all accessible in live dashboards, live feed what's going on. And then on top of that, we do look to do a lot of reporting. So our analyst team will periodically, every couple of weeks, once a month, quite often tied to a board of trustees meeting right now, will prepare an insight report for you on an issue that you're really passionate about. And our data analyst team will comb through the topics, the projects, go into it in a more fundamental core level and write up a report for you so you can see what the key issues are. Of course, this is not a one-for-one example, but this is just another small town that we work with in the Northeast where they faced a recent flooding incident. And we helped synthesize for the senior leadership what the main priorities were in the event of a recent flood. Was it utilities? Was it getting food supplies out there? Was it evacuation measures? A highway closure was actually a big thing. So helping senior leadership understand what the resident priorities were, all in real time. This is a bit more standardized local. So like when we're thinking of introducing bike lanes or park redevelopment, more day-to-day things that our local government seems to do, helping understand resident opinion and sentiment accordingly. And of course,
when you say you synthesize, can I ask a question? When you say you synthesize information,
yes.
My question is, if you have 4 people who comment in whatever it is, or 10 people, and 6 of them are in one saying one, they're for it, and 4 of them saying against it, or the only comments are from 4 people. From what I'm seeing, I don't quite understand how that gets communicated and how in what you're actually doing. That's what I'm not sure.
Excellent question, and my apologies if I didn't explain that thoroughly. So yes, correct. If there's an issue and it's being discussed on a local news website or on social media, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, et cetera, and there are comments, and we understand, like, let's just say there's 100 comments, hypothetically. We will do sentiment analysis on each comment, et cetera, whether it's a comment, whether it's a like, whether it's a retweet, whether it's commenting on a comment. So if there's 100 overall, and we deduce that there's 30 positive, 20 negative, and 50 neutral, we will showcase this for you. That on this particular issue, 30% are showing support, admiration, encouragement towards the initiative that's going on in the city. 20 are saying, they're not so in favor, and here is the feedback, and here's the commentary, and here's the constructive criticism as well. And here's 50 more people, 50 more voices that are just asking more questions. What does this mean? How will this play out? Who will fund this, et cetera, et cetera. So there will be neutral comments as well. I'm not too sure if that answered your question, Mr. Nutches.
It does, but you know, when you have a lot of people commenting, I understand the value. When you have very few people commenting, I'm not sure how that plays. That's what I'm trying to get to.
You're leading me in perfectly. That's a perfect segue into the next part of the conversation. So there are particularly for a community of around about 20,000 residents, there are probably topics or programs or events that you're personally passionate about, personally overseeing, that you would love it if residents were talking about this more. And it's just not the case, whether it's something that's only been discussed at the trustee level, so the residents don't know about it just yet, or it's just not a very popular topic in of its such. And so what we do on top of just the organic chatter is we do a lot of proactive outreach for communities. And this can be in the form of polls or short surveys. We call them community asks, where we ask on a particular topic, stormwater drainage fee. What residents, what do you know about it? What are you most encouraging about it? What's the big thing that you want to see change moving forward about this stormwater drainage fee? And so our survey research team will comprise a short poll or a short survey for you to start the conversation with our residents. Or for lack of a better analogy, I love to think of it as throwing a pebble in the pond and watching the ripple effect. And on top of that, we do have like a proactive outreach, like a civil engagement space, where we can, in 27 different languages, publicize things that are going on within our community and actively encourage two-way resident communication to educate the public what's going on, but also to put out surveys, put out polls on certain initiative that's taking place. Classic example, if I can share, is what it is that we do for communities. I know that ARPA was kind of briefly mentioned earlier in this Board of Trustees session, where we actually help communities understand, we've got $3 million to spend for ARPA. That's going to be filtered through the community in terms of programs. What are the main priorities that you look to see go into that $3 million? And then you actually can, in a weird way, almost tabulate how much you're thinking of spending, so that you can actually get residents to prioritize and rank and plug and play to things that make sense for them. So it's a combination of educating the public, but also comprising active resident feedback on this topic. I'm not too sure. That was a very long-winded answer to a very specific question, but I'm not too sure, trustee member, if that helped clarify, or if I just raised further questions, if that makes sense.
I sort of understand.
Yeah. I will emphasize that, like, as part of our partnership, we onboard all the relevant people that we need to within senior leadership of the community. And every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, we arrange a catch up, hypothetically, if it's with Daniel or Jerry, and then we showcase things that we're seeing in the resident feedback. We also showcase best practices that we're seeing in other communities who are undergoing similar challenges or are thinking of developing similar initiatives, so that you as the village don't need to reinvent the wheel. This is from a cannabis moratorium example. This is what this particular community faced. This is how they approached it. Let us know what you think. Take best practices, or et cetera, et cetera. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the beauty of working exclusively with local government, is that we see things quite frequently, and are always happy to connect and share best practices as we come across similar things within your community.
I have a question. Can I? And I don't know
Sure.
if
Go ahead,
I'm
Nora.
interrupting, but so this is basically social media. So it's not really the rest of the population. It's the rest of the population that uses social media.
Not quite. Almost. As in, like, we do leverage social media, but we also tap into 311s or local news websites, community message boards, and particularly from this proactive outreach, we can use SMS or QR technology so that residents who don't use mobile or desktop, et cetera, can actively participate in polls. And purely from like a
how would that work if you don't use? I mean, if you don't use social media, how would you know to participate in a poll?
We can advertise it on your website, in your weekly newsletter, et cetera, or flag it on a meeting just like this, et cetera, where to actively participate in polls or community outreach. And purely from an accessibility perspective, I'm not too sure how many languages are spoken in the village, but our pages can be translated into up to 27 languages based on the user's preferences as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid point though. So and my apologies if I didn't explain that earlier on in the conversation.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions, or is there more to the presentation?
I'm very passionate about what we do at Zen City, so I could take up till 12 a.m. your time, but I can only imagine you have more other resolution items to discuss.
So
Yes.
with the communities that you have identified that are similar to in population to Mamaroneck,
Correct.
what have been the big issues or drawbacks that have happened?
In terms of like what their biggest challenges are from using the technology?
What the biggest challenges are? How do you, I think Nora's question was, if they don't do social media and you don't, how do you contact them?
Yeah, so that's what.
So if you don't have their email,
Asked and answered.
and you don't have social media,
You did.
poll that you create it for a stimulus is fine to an audience that is there, but so the question is, how have you overcome that in other communities, or has it not been an issue?
That's an excellent question. And so the page we're looking at right now is something super duper excellent and new. So from what we call civil space, it's a relatively new initiative within Zen City. We recently purchased a company called Civil Space that does proactive outreach to really counterbalance these concerns that you mentioned, which are totally valid. And so even if you don't have email, even if you don't have use social media, which a lot of people don't, the goal of the proactive outreach is that all you'll need is a QR code where you hover over it and a photo and pops up and it takes you to a website, et cetera, et cetera. So this is accessible on any desktop. You can a lot of cities actually link it to their city website as well. So residents who just perusing your village website can easily see some of the active things that's going on within the community, idea boards, engage other residents, and participate in surveys, etc. So you don't have to have social media to participate. If that's the short answer to that's the short answer.
Yeah, I know that some members of the board don't participate in social media, and some do it very rarely. But I can tell you, I do it a lot, and just basically Facebook and a little bit of Twitter. And there are so many other online social media applications that young people are now into that it really is hard to keep up. And for me, I find that it's a public opinion bath every day. People give you constant feedback, positive and negative, and you can assess it based upon who's giving you the feedback. But you can get a tenor of what's going on. So I mean, I understand the usefulness of this, because it really is, it's the back fence of society now. That's where information gets passed. That's where opinions get formed. That's where concerns get voiced. Sometimes valid, sometimes overwrought. But I don't know how you find out what's going on in a community if you don't really know what's going on over social media. So I really do understand the utility of this.
For gauging what's going on social media. I'm not
No,
sure it's gauging.
Gauging what's going on in the community, because when people have a concern let me finish, Nora. When people have a concern in the community,
Tom, let Nora finish, please.
No, she was no, Dan, because she didn't understand what I said. When people have a concern in the community, Nora, they go to Facebook or they go to Twitter to voice it. That's what I was saying. Go ahead.
Tom, what I'm saying is, when some people have a concern in the community, that's where they go. That's not everyone.
I understood it was everyone.
Well, you said when people. So I understand what you're saying, but I think social media captures some of the residents. It doesn't capture all of the residents. And it can, and that isn't just in Mamaroneck. So there are some people who spend a lot of time on social media, and there are some people who spend a lot of time differently. This will definitely get information from people who spend time on social media, but I don't know that it's going to capture everybody in the village. And that's really, I think we have to be straightforward and honest about how it gets evaluated. It gives us more information about some of the population, especially the populations who are active on social media. It doesn't give information to people who choose not to use it, or who don't use it on a regular basis. That's all I'm saying.
Lou wanted to say something.
Yeah. Nora, my experience with social media has been that you need to cultivate the audience. I started out very early with Twitter, and got it up to about 15,000 or so before I stopped engaging with it every day. And it's something you can create. You can create a community. That's what this will enable us to do: create a community that engages around common goals. So yes, to begin with, it would be just like another social media, but you have to be skillful at working it and communicating it and creating that two-way communication, because 90% of it is people just want to be heard, and it's a way to listen to them, and it's an excellent way to kind of poll, not scientifically, but to take the temperature of things. If I used to see what the reaction was to a story, or listen to what people were chattering about, or go back and forth with folks, and it was very helpful in doing that old job, and I think it would be helpful with us in governing this village as well.
So, Lou, I understand how social media works. I really do. But my point is, this product collects information about existing social media accounts about the village. There are people in the village who do not participate in social media. I don't think this is going to get them to participate more. So all I'm suggesting is we're going to get information about a portion of the population, but we're not getting information about the entire rest of the village. So you have the 10 people who regularly come to board meetings. You have the other people who don't regularly come to board meetings, who may watch, we don't know, it's on LMC TV. And then we will be getting information from that portion of our population who may or may not live in the village, who are active on social media, because you don't know always where, whether they live in Larchmont or Rye or Harrison or a next door can be anywhere. So I'm just saying.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was curious as to whether or not this is geo-fenced. Is that what you, can you geofence it? Who was it, the gentleman who presented?
Mr. Shafir?
Yeah, Mr.
Sure.
Shafir, you still there?
Thank you for the question, and I'll bring the 2 points together.
Yeah.
Yes, we do use geofence. We do look at only localized sources to the village, so we're only looking at localized discourse within your community. We do geofence or using a GIS layer of your community to really localize resident feedback. That's the first part of the question. Did that make sense before I go to the second part?
Yes, it does. That's perfect.
I'd love to emphasize it's yes, social media is inclusive as part of this, but it's not just social media. So from the organic perspective, we look at news websites, community message boards, city-owned channels as well. So that would be your 311, anything that's publicly connected that we can connect. And then on the outreach perspective, you basically don't even require social media. You just you can use an SMS message, come to a website, come to your page, et cetera, and actively participate in surveys with or without social media. So I really did want to emphasize that, but I can clearly understand where that misconfusion might lie. But yeah.
One more question. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Another question I have is does this require man hours to operate? Because it seems like a lovely tool, but somebody's got to use the tool. I mean, how does it work?
So just to share what our basic partnership structure looks like, we go live within about 10 days of thumbs up. In that period, the Zen City data analyst team does all the heavy lifting. We basically do the setup for you, find all the relevant channels, find all the relevant sources to connect, start to build these idea boards for you, and already start to do the basic reporting. Once we're good to go on day 10, we arrange an onboarding session with whoever takes the steering wheel on this team. And we basically just show you resident feedback straight away. And then every few weeks, however way that you want to best practice for your relationship is we have a catch up every 2 to 3 weeks, once a month, just to share feedback that we're seeing in your dashboard, share the insight reports that we've prepared for you on topics that you guys choose. So there's really very little people hours on your side to actually get significant value out of this. Of course, we'd love to be embedded in Dan or Jerry's workflow, where my best practice is around about, let's just say you get to work at 8 o'clock every day, 7:45, you might receive a message or an email from Zen City, which would summarize the key issues that have taken place or the key excitement factors from our residents overnight and what the big ticket items, what the big topics are that took place. That's how my best practices in terms of
and I don't want to drag this out, but you mentioned whoever takes the steering wheel, how much driving is required. That's
very little. I mean, like Dan, I presume it's Dan or Jerry. Yeah, it's.
So John, if I receive that email, like I do many other emails, I would read it and then I would forward it to the Board of Trustees, so they're aware of what those topics are. That typically initiates an email back if they're interested to say, hey, let's take a look at this at the next meeting or things of that nature.
Spot on. So even to share like what this looked like, and I'm just trying to think of a flooding or stormwater issue where we actually uncovered a lot of work for. This is a city, again, Texas, pretty similar size to you in terms of population, where we did a basic poll for them or basic insight request, and that started a conversation exactly how Jerry just initiated, and the council said, oh, we'd love to go a little bit further. And we actually did a basic poll where a community of about 28,000 residents, we did a quick survey and heard from 550 residents on an issue, asking a few demographic questions about how they felt about the upcoming stormwater drainage fee, what they knew about it, got some live feedback as well. And then we contrast, and going back to Trustee Lucas's point, we actually compared and contrast this as to what we were seeing on that organic dashboard on local and social media as well, and see if we mirror it up as well. So we don't really, my best practice is to look at it as an ongoing conversation on a specific topic to provide consistent resident feedback.
But in your poll, in your example that you just gave, you're going back basically to most of the same people, because those are the people who you can contact, not the people who have been able to, that are not on the boards or on social media. I think that's the question, or the point Nora was saying. I'm not suggesting that the information isn't, helpful, but the question is, what percentage of the population is actually, responding, and that's one of the issues.
It's the same reason.
But I do have another question, if I may.
Sure.
I don't know what geofence means, so can you explain that to the novice?
Sorry, that's a good point. I've been in this role too long. So we look at a map of your village, and we basically just isolate conversations within the walls of your city, of your village, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but if you're on social media, I don't quite understand how geofence. If I'm on my phone and I'm on social media, okay, and I'm in my car and I'm in Harrison, Rye, or whatever, another community, I'm still on social media.
So using that specific example, if I may, one of the things that we'd like to do is, like, if we have a GIS layer of your village, we can identify what let's just say there's an east, west, south, north, as an example. We'd be able to identify what the key areas per different parts of your community are, based on what people are saying about where, based on the language that they use in their comments, and based where they might be posting from as well. So we can say, in the north part of Mamaroneck, they really care about public safety. There's something that's taken place. In the south, it's an animal care related matter, maybe a dog escaped home, something. And maybe in the east, it's a pothole, and they're talking about accessibility on the sidewalk, et cetera, et cetera. So we can help actually isolate what some of those main issues are based on the different districts of your community as well.
Okay. I just want to get back to utility.
Sure.
I would say an empirical observation, people under 50 are almost all on social media in some form or another. But what I have found, and I'm well north of that, but what I have found is social media, even though everybody's not on it, a lot of times it'll drive the discussion about an issue, and you'll hear people who aren't on social media talking about the topic because friends, neighbors, family members have spurred the discussion because they saw about it on social media. So there's a multiplying impact. Now, I know this because, someone who's close to me is not on social media. And I know that, that I've had discussions with that person, and they have told me, well, so-and-so told me she saw it on Facebook, or she saw it, although they're not on Facebook. But I'm just saying that it's ubiquitous. And just because a person isn't active on social media doesn't mean they aren't affected by social media, because social media affects the whole social atmosphere anymore. You can't get away from it. It's insidious in some ways, pernicious in some ways, but it's here to stay. So I think, listen, the question here obviously is, this is on the work session, and the reason it's on a work session is because do we want to pursue it in the regular, at the board meeting and pass this? So, let's get to the point where, do you want to move this forward, or do you want to hold it off, or do you want to not do it? Because we can't talk about it all night. Trustee Natchez.
Jonathan, can you tell me how long you've been in business?
Just a forum.
Great question. We started out in 2016. Our first customer our first US-based customer was the city of West Sacramento, California, in 2017.
Okay, and have you ever had a community drop you after they've started with you?
Of course, not everyone is not everyone can stay forever. So just like we change houses sometimes or change cars. So it certainly does occur, but we have an extremely high retention rate, which is a lot of fun. But I do want to emphasize that like we are local government exclusive, so that like our whole analysis, our whole mission to drive value is totally thinking about the mindset of what's going on in local government, and to actually share feedback, share examples, share benchmarks of what's going on within your community and other communities that we're working with, so that you are generating as much value as possible.
I'm not trying to emphasize the negative. Do not misunderstand me. I understand certain things that are of value here.
Yeah.
For those that have dropped to go to another vehicle, I assume you would do follow-ups to try and find out why.
Yeah.
What can you give us insight as to?
Get out already.
What?
No, it's a great question. I'd say that the
He's smiling because he's got a gotcha. Right?
may no longer continue is budget. It's just something where COVID has struck and they've had to cut services sometimes. Unfortunately, we've been on the chopping block before. It's a sad reality. We'd like to think that that's the case, but that's probably the major reason why someone has churned previously.
Yeah, kind of like you guys.
All right, thank you, sir.
Oh,
Now-
I have,
Yeah, go
I have
ahead.
one more question. So thanks. So do you have other New York State clients?
That's a great question. We just started in New York. The team that we work with in New York is actually the Mayor Adams Transition Office, NYC Speaks. But we're very, very new to New York. So we work with cities in Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Jersey, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, so my question is very New York specific, and it has to do with public records.
Correct.
And I see that this creates a bunch more public records. And our village clerk and deputy clerk are here, and those are records we have to maintain. So
Correct.
how is that, I can see the FOIL request coming. So how easy is it to retrieve this information? Because we are creating a public record with what we collect, and it's.
Sure. Everything and it's a great question, everything that we collect is publicly available already. So we're basically taking things that are publicly available, aggregating, anonymizing it so that there's no PII, et cetera, and we're just breaking it down into all the different topics and departments that make up Village Hall, so that we can better synthesize and comprehend resident feedback as that's already publicly available. And then we look to report on that accordingly. So that, I don't know if that answered the question or if that answered a different question.
I guess my question, and Bob lit up. Is that going to be stuff that we're going to have to provide under FOIL when these reports come in?
Well, I think, Nora, that probably depends on if this is a forum that the village creates and owns the information on, then the answer is yes. Is that how this is structured?
Could you please repeat? I'm not too sure I understood.
This is a forum that the village creates.
Does the village pays you a fee, I assume? You don't do this for free.
Correct. It's not for free. Yes, so there's a fee associated with the partnership, correct?
So the village is creating this forum based on your software.
When you say forum, can you explain that just so I understand?
This place for making comments and aggregating comments.
But Bob, what they're doing is gleaning comments and trends from social media, existing social media.
But they're doing it on behalf of the village.
Right.
It's probably village records.
Yeah. So
All right. So it's a record.
Yeah. So probably, have you come across this?
Yeah, I mean, we've had FOIA requests before. It's, yeah, I mean, the short answer is everything's already publicly available and everything's completely, you can't like see any individual's names. Even if someone's commenting, as an example, say, hi, I live at 123 Smith Street and I really don't like X, Y, or Z. You won't be able to see that within the Zen City platform, et cetera, et cetera.
So, but you're grabbing somebody, I don't know whether we need to get into a debate on this or discussion of this at tonight's meeting. I think there are issues, is the simple answer.
Yeah, I mean, like it's come up, like we've had, or cities that we work, particularly in California, have had FOIA requests before, and it's, I don't mean to say that it's not an issue because it's the short answer is it's always like, here it is, it's already publicly available information.
Mr. Shafir, you've answered very thoroughly and you've been very patient. But it's getting on, and I have to ask my fellow elected officials, do you want this on for the regular meeting?
Tonight.
Tonight, because it's on the agenda for the regular meeting. What we're doing here is deciding whether to deal with it at the regular meeting.
Well, aside from the fact that typically we don't put things on the work session and then do them the same night, we're doing that more and more, but that's not in our sort of rules and policy. I'm not interested in saying no. I'm not ready to vote on it tonight. I really want to learn more about it. I think there are tremendous benefits to it. I want to make sure the logistics really work and that we're going to capture information that isn't just one portion of the population. So I think, it's a big decision, and I don't think it's a decision we make in one day. But.
All right, Trustee Natchez.
I'd like more information. I'd like the attorneys to try and figure out the FOIL issue because I can see that as a huge potential issue. I'd like to have, if we want to pursue this, I'd like to have staff talk to some of the other communities that are similar in size in Connecticut and find out the pros and cons from their view.
Yeah, Trustee Natchez, I did speak with the chief elected officials from Guilford, Connecticut, and from West Springfield, Massachusetts. The mayor of West Springfield is a heavy user of the system there. He particularly commented about the polling feature, which he's starting to use more and more. He commented that he likes to see the morning data as he enjoys his morning cup of coffee. So he usually spends about 10 to 15 minutes just as he's getting ready for the day. And I think the the first selectman of Guilford, Connecticut, was similar. I think he's using it more for understanding the social media chatter as to the major issues in the community.
Okay.
Did we get a copy of the presentation? Can you send that?
Yeah, it's part of the work. It is part of the work session, Trustee Lucas, but I'll email it separately.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's all in a work session. Back up. All right, why don't we put this, Mr. Shafir, you've done an excellent job. We're going to ruminate on it some more, and we'll hold this over for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening. I guess you're ready to go to bed, huh?
It's morning.
Well, the coffee's kicking in, so I'll probably have I'll have a mint tea to
Bring it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate good luck for the meeting, and I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, what time is it? It is 6:23. That's not referendum. Rental registration program, Jerry?
Mayor, I worked on a draft I provided to our village attorney and deputy village attorney. They need some time, I'm sure, to take a look at it and tell me how terrible my draft is. But I'm sure they'll have something in a couple of weeks, if not 4 weeks from now. So I did present them with something.
Bob and Mark, is that a reasonable time frame?
I think the 4 weeks is more likely, assuming your preference is that we work on the proposal by the HCZMC first.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Probably right.
All right, for 4 weeks. Dan has his hand up. Dan, go ahead.
I sent a note to you, Bob, and I'd like in due diligence on this, an answer on those questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have
What was
missed
it?
it in my emails.
Did you send it to the rest of us?
I sent on village email and copied everybody.
It was like a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Yes.
Would you mind sending it again, Dan, just so I,
Yeah, I'll be happy to try and find it and send it again.
thanks.
It had to do with what our existing code says and whether it was, we need a new law or just.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Okay, sure.
I remember. We talked about it last time.
But I'll resend that.
Thanks.
I cited the issue, and the way I read it, I think we may have not had the right information when we talked about it 2 weeks ago.
Okay, rental registration program. Zoning strategies, do we have any other information on this?
Oh, I did talk to our former consulting planner, Mr. Neil Desai. He's with a new company because he switched over to a new company. He does have time for us to start to work on all affordable housing strategies, zoning strategies that would include all affordable housing development. And so he was going to connect with me in a couple of weeks. We had that conversation last week, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are we getting a proposal from him as to what we would be doing and what the cost?
We can. He's very new to his position, so he wanted to run it by his employer to see if that was something that they would be interested in taking on. But
Okay.
everyone knows Neil, everyone likes Neil, so that's why I'd reached out to him for that.
I don't have a problem, but it would be to find out what the cost would be versus continuing with NV5, which has all the other information. So,
Yeah, okay.
We 6:50, we'll go into executive session, so let's try and muddle through here. Tree scholarships, so the Attorney General kicked it to the controller.
That's correct.
Is there a time frame on that?
No,
Does the controller, will the controller be able to parse the legal issue?
it's a good question, Mayor. Well, the interesting part of this is, as you will recall, we asked the Attorney General specifically whether the Attorney General's opinion from the 70s is still valid today. I'd be surprised if the controller said, no, the Attorney General's opinion isn't valid. But, maybe they will. The controller's office does opine on expenditures.
Mhm.
So maybe they will. I don't know.
Who actually sent it to the controller? Is there somebody in the Attorney General's office who does local government, or?
There's a person in the Solicitor General's office who's the chief of the opinions section. That's who sent it.
And he didn't want to make an opinion.
I think it's she, but yes, I can't tell you what the motivation was. I just know that she sent it.
Okay, so is there a time frame, or?
No.
There's no legal obligation on the controller to respond. No,
Do we know who they sent it to in the controller's office?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's just the harder the question, the longer it takes.
Okay, all right. All right, that's a shame, but hopefully we'll get an answer from the powers that be sometime in the future. Wetlands we did with our friend, Mr. Burt. Transfer roof station project, we don't have any information on it, do we?
No, that's on hold.
It's on hold. Okay, I'll ask you about the letter. Legal services agreement with Abrams Fensterman. What is this about?
That's just renewing the agreement, same exact agreement we entered into last year, Mayor.
And it's expired?
That expired, that's right.
Okay. Does anybody want to discuss that? I'm fine with,
I have a
always
question
asking for it.
Question from the
Yeah,
top
go
of
ahead.
my head. Hello?
What?
I have a question from the top of my head. Bob, I know this is probably the same as the other contract. We can look at it now, but since the last year, we've done a lot of good work on and this involves not just us, but the managers and his office and his staff, going to the insurance when needed, and they've been covering that. So is there any modifications to the contract so that we're more in line with that? Because they have been assigning us certain counsel at some points. I think the other contract had you directly as the counsel for everything. So anything, shouldn't we change that now that we are doing things a little different? Well, I offer that as a question for everybody.
Where insurance is paying for something, we've been working with the insurance companies.
I think we have designated, I recall. I remember we looked at this last year and we went step by step. So
I don't understand what the question is.
the question is, I think we assigned the law firm as our counsel for all litigation, kind of as a blank. Any litigation that comes goes to Bob's office. But now we've changed that so that we first really run it to see if it's covered by insurance, make sure it is covered, and then if we do have to make a decision as to whether there's a difference, we do that. So essentially, we've inserted one step in the middle so that we can save and lower fees. So I think maybe that should be reflective of what we're doing now.
We're already doing that, Victor. When a matter is covered by insurance.
But the contract says it goes to you directly.
Let him answer the question, Victor.
When a matter, I'm not charging the village more money than the village
No,
needs.
that's not the question.
When the matter is covered by insurance, we talk to the insurance company about who should represent the village. And if we want to represent the village and the insurance company wants us to represent the village, we do. If they want to assign somebody else, they assign somebody else.
At the insurance rates.
At the insurance rates.
Okay, is that in the contract? Let's check. Let's insert that.
I don't know if it's in the contract. We've been doing that for years.
Okay, well, that's what I'm offering, just to see if we can improve what we've been doing, because I think there's a lot of work, and of course, it involves you being helpful on trying to do this so that we can go back. So anyway, I think it's been a great effort, and I want this to be reflective. I can take a look. Let me open the contract as you, maybe others have questions. I can open this up. Just pop up. Let me see.
Can I just, I have just a couple things. If I can do that while Victor's looking.
Go ahead.
One was 9 other clients. The attorneys will not represent any other client before any department, board, or commission of the village during the term of this agreement. And I think having spent a lot of time with the Ad Hoc Ethics Committee, because I was hosting their meetings, Ad Hoc Ethics Code Review Committee, maybe that should be maybe the lawyers, like everybody else in the village, has to wait 2 years. I think that might be consistent. So anybody who's got any affiliation with the village has to take a 2-year hiatus before appearing before the village.
I think that's covered in the ethics code, because the village attorney is an official of the village, and the ethics code says all officials of the village.
Well, but the contract just says during the term of the agreement. I'm just,
says what the ethics code says.
okay. The ethics code just says during the term of the agreement.
No.
So you'd have to wait 2 years.
Same period that applies to everybody else. Yes.
Okay, so this is just saying you can't do it while you're working here.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
I remember that from when we did the ethics code. Way back when I was young.
What was that?
When we wrote the ethics code, it was like 2009. Is there? It sounds to me like what Victor's advocating for is already the case.
Well, let me finish that. I think because I found it. Let me share that here. So I think it's here 8. So I'm not asking you to change anything, Bob. I know you do it properly, but just so that it continues to improve, just to spell it out. Say we'll represent the village unless the board of trustees, and we say at the same rate of the insurance, or however you want to frame it, but I would suggest or ask that we spell it out here. Because for example, I didn't know we were proceeding that way. I just, and it has been a tremendous effort now, and I think we're all better off how things are being handled now. So let's spell it out. It's my suggestion. However you want to draft it.
I don't know how to spell out what you want spelled out.
I don't know what you want spelled out.
Is that you will charge us. You say here you're representing us in all litigation, and you have the fees up above. I don't recall. I think it's 350, whatever. I don't recall. But so here we're just designating you automatically back for everything, and we're not saying what you explained, that it will be at the rate that the insurance covers. Let's go back. If my logic is right, let me see. All right, let me see. Okay, so we have nature retainer, personnel services, non-retainer. That's probably where we have litigation is somewhere. Let me see, fees.
Is that steam or smoke I see coming out of yours?
Here.
Non-retainer services.
So fees is like a 350, right?
That's
And
right.
we're saying, and it doesn't spell out that it goes to the insurance. Let's say the fee of the insurance is 300. That will be the rate it covers. It's not spelled out. That's what I'm asking.
You can always decide, you can always decide otherwise then.
I think what the point here is when you were assigned by the insurance company, you'll accept the insurance company's rate.
No,
Isn't that the case? What we're talking about here?
Yep. I think the mayor has. Yes, let's say they say 300, or that's their rate, it'll be 300, not 350.
When they're assigned when they're being paid by the insurance company, you'll
Yes,
accept the
so,
insurance
yeah, the
company's rate.
case, when Bob is covered by the insurance company, correct? I'm sure, I know he's doing it, but I want to spell it out.
Bob, is that okay with you?
Sure.
Can you send the contract with that change, please, for the next meeting?
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything else? Let me see.
Let's get to the stuff that's on for tonight. Go down to new business.
well, I think Victor was starting to say something else, but
Oh, Christ.
Do you have anything else? I don't.
Thank you, Victor.
I did, but. okay.
Oh, go ahead, Laura. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I think that, in number, it's 324. It says provide legal counsel and services related to labor and employment matters when requested by Board of Trustees and/or the village manager. I don't think it should be and/or. I think it has to be and, like it has to be both of us agreeing. I think that's what that's what I thought we were agreeing to last year, and the and/or got in there. So I think it should just be and. So there's like a double check because it is more expensive.
So if the village manager calls and wants to ask us a quick question about a labor matter, he has to bring it to the Board of Trustees first. Is that what you want?
Well, I mean, I guess the question is maybe over an amount. I mean, maybe over an amount, because we do have labor council, a separate labor council, and your rate is higher than their rate, basically. So I don't know if he calls for a quick question, it's going to be, a portion of an hour or whatever, and that's one thing. But I'm just trying to make sure we are watching those tax dollars.
Whatever you want.
All right. Let's move on to new business that has to be done tonight. Southeast Consortium spelled wrong. But it is consortium. If you don't know what the Southeast Consortium is, the Southeast Consortium is an amalgam of communities around here from Portchester down to Pelham that have banded together to provide recreational services for people with disabilities. People from disabilities, with disabilities, obviously deserve recreational services, and it's a heck of a lot cheaper if we do it as a group than each community has to do it on their own. This is located in the town of Mamaroneck, the headquarters, so it's very convenient for us. And this is just a renewal of an agreement that, I don't know, the village has been party to for, 40 years. Any questions, concerns?
No, I think it's a great service at a great price.
I think it's very important, but question, was this, Jerry, was this in the budget?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
40
It's in
years.
the budget. We put it in the budget every year.
No,
We
I
just
just,
have to get the
I
board's agreement
just
from
want to
the-
have that pointed out. Thank you.
Yeah,
40 years.
sure.
Engagement letter for bond counsel. So, Mr. Fusco, this is your ballywick. I correct me if I'm not wrong. This is the same counsel. He's moved to a different firm.
Yes, from a sole proprietor, he's now entered an agreement with a company, and he now is part of a company. They're maintaining the same fees per engagement.
So it's just, we're changing the name on the contract.
That's correct.
The rates are the same?
The rates are the same.
And we don't have any problem getting out of the old contract?
He was a sole proprietor. He merged with a
Oh,
company.
okay, perfect.
I'm sure he'll let himself off the hook.
I hope so.
Everybody okay with this being on?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you didn't know you had a ballywick before tonight, did you?
No.
Okay. Purchase of one 2022 Ford Escape. Jerry, you want to talk about this or Dan?
I'm sorry, Mayor, but Mr. Sarnoff wants to talk about this.
Mr. Sonoff?
Yes.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Barbario. One of the items that's in our capital budget is a replacement of a vehicle for the building department. Actually, two vehicles. What we're proposing is to turn down the vehicle which is currently assigned to me, which is a 2015 Chevy Equinox, which was originally assigned to the building department, and assign this new vehicle to me, and I'll turn down my vehicle, or that vehicle, not my vehicle, to the building department for their use. It's going to replace I believe a 2014 Ford Escape, which has been plagued by transmission gremlins, has very little value left at this point. And, the Chevy Equinox is in very good shape, if I do say so myself, in terms of its maintenance.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
No.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
2D, upgrade of multi-space parking meters on for regular meeting.
Mayor, starting on April 15th and up to May 15th is our timeline to install the new multi-space meters on the Boston Post Road. It has come to my attention that we are plagued with problems on the existing multi-space meters because they were converted from one company to another, or from one instrument panel to another. And so at times, many times, we have these multi-space meters go down where they won't accept coins, they won't accept the credit card. And so what I discussed with Chief Simpson was to upgrade the existing parking multi-space meters. We have 15 of them, not upgrade, but completely renovate those parking multi-space parking meters with new ones. We're using, and Dan will help me with we're using the fund, the trust fund that we have for this, which has $267,000 or $268,000 in it already. And so what we'll do is we'll be able to upgrade our existing, and we'll have the whole, all the same technology, all the same equipment, and we'll be able to ensure, for the most part, that we're not missing out on parking fees when these multi-space meters, the older ones, the ones that were converted in the past, continue to break down.
Okay.
We
And
had-
so
Can
it's coming
I ask
from, okay.
can I ask a question? How old are the old ones? They're not that old, right?
The conversion is maybe, I think, 4 or 5 years old. But when we converted it, apparently that may not have been the best
Best
approach.
solution. Okay,
So-
I thought we only installed them like in 2000 and,
I think it was 2014, 2015 when we originally purchased them.
right,
But they've been in operation for, you know,
8
almost
years.
7, 8 years at this point. I mean, even under the best of circumstances, their useful life is about 10 years, and that's, you're assuming you got it at the beginning of that generation of parking meter, but
Okay.
with conversion, it was kind of like putting the proverbial square peg in a round hole.
Now,
So,
what saves us, Nora, is a little bit of redundancy. We have 2 meters in one location. So if one goes down, the other one.
yeah,
We'll maintain that, but, people have, and the judges typically send me the the request to evaluate the meters from residents and non-residents
yeah,
when they get a ticket, and they
Oh.
can demonstrate that the meter was not
Wasn't
working.
working.
The
And that's
cell
easy.
phone picture.
it's easy to do, right? No, I know
Yeah,
that.
It's easy to do.
It's easy to
And
do.
I get those, I get to make those calls based on the information I have, which of course, Tommy does the research for me before it comes to my desk.
So basically, one of the things we have to consider is we have to be on top of a replacement schedule for parking for the multi-space meters.
Yeah, I think because it's outside, I think because it's electronic, I think because it's, we're not a typical North Carolina, Georgia kind of weather. I'm sure that a lot of that impacts.
You know,
the operability.
I notice in Rye and in other communities,
They're in
it's
a-
like a little kiosk that you walk into.
They cover it up, right? They cover it up to give it a little shelter.
They give it a little shelter and, at least, when you get your wallet out and you're going through your pockets, it's not raining on you.
We talked about that, and that's something we may want to look into, that we would purchase and install ourselves. We did look
Okay.
into that.
Okay.
Have
And
we
that-
looked at more than one company for this? Because
No.
if what I'm hearing is that we have an obsolescence factor, and there must be more than, there must be several companies
Right.
specialized, I would say, in the Northeast.
So we're married to this company, that we have to continue with their program, because the new meters that we just got were from the company. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that the 23 that are out there are all the same, so that we can rely on the connectivity, and also that staff is able to use them. It's probably not something we should shop around for and have different types all over the village.
Yeah, but I've looked at pricing in the past, and the IPS meters are typically less expensive than some of the others I've seen from, it's called T2 or Parkeon or Schlumberger. So it's,
Plus, Dan, these are on the national purchasing thing, right?
yeah, that's correct. The NCPA contract.
Okay. This is on for regular meeting. Everybody's fine with putting this on?
Yep.
Okay, me too. All right. Thank you, staff. I'm going to make a motion that we go into executive session for the following items. So consider this my motion. Tax certiorari 311 East Boston Post Road, under section 1051D. Village manager performance review, 2021 under section 1051F. Appointments to the Marine Education Center Advisory Committee under section of the code 1051F, and canvassing of police officer civil service list under Public Officers Law Code 1051F. And just for a point of order, we're going to do the police officers first, so that Chief DeRusa can go home.
So
I make that motion.
second,
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Or could you get us on here?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I have a Dan, did we get the public safety customer service tool on the agenda? Because I have the,
Oh,
I have the
it's on there,
information
but
from Chief Druza.
yeah,
Huh?
it's item 2F. It's the top of the second page, of the cover, the agenda.
Is that on regular or is that just the chief?
I think it was just on this because
Okay,
I don't
okay,
think
fine.
it wasn't where the other.
Sorry, Mayor. I don't
No
want to get
problem.
the chief upset. You know how she
No
is.
problem. Neither do I, she has a gun.
All right, see ya.
We heard from President Zelensky.
How you doing, Dan?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Good to see you, Andre.
Good to see you. Hello, sir.
Who are you calling sir? You just call me Dan. Or maybe is that Chief Barney. You call him sir.
Andre, don't call me sir. Yeah, what are you, crazy?
Uh,
Chief Barney,
Yes, yes, sir.
you see that guy? See that guy in the photograph there? He's the
Which
coolest
one?
president. He's the coolest president in the world.
Ukraine, yeah, that guy's. He's
Suits
pretty,
up and is ready to go. No limousines for that guy.
no, definitely not.
Hi, Andre.
hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm
Who's
doing
talking?
good.
All right.
Dan, you look eerie.
Well, oh, yeah.
No, it's
I'm not, it's,
looks like a special effect.
well, I gotta have a better picture than, my bed and my dresser in the background. And I had to move my camera around a bit because I can't have all my special lighting on right now.
You got to lower the intensity of that lighting. You look like a ghost.
Well, the thing was, I usually have my ring light on, but because I had my eye exam today and got my eyes dilated, I
Oh,
turned the ring light on. I'm gonna blind myself.
you don't do that.
Yeah. So it was what was it? I had the blood work done, then the eye exam, then I get to go back to wound care tomorrow. Fun.
You're visiting a lot of doctors these days. A lot of doctors.
Well, and then the optometrist told me to go to a doctor, a retina specialist. So, so thankfully, I count myself lucky to have very good health insurance.
Yep.
And he's on.
Recording in progress.
is off. Sure, let's have it.
Okay, got that. Okay, we have Victor, we have Chief Kwame. Oh, Stan Natchez on. What's the Natchez on?
Not yet. Yep, you're
Okay,
in.
here comes trustee.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Whole gang is here. Lovely. Good evening. And welcome to the Board of Trustees, regular meeting for February 28th, 2022. Before we get started, I would like to motion to end the work session.
So moved.
Second.
Nora's seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Since we have, the ayes have it. Thank you. Please join me for the pledge of allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. First item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. Someone like to make a motion?
Mayor, you need to open the meeting, please.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Hold on. I had to mute this before.
What are we doing?
I had to turn the volume on.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Might be me. It's not me.
Sound check?
We're good. Okay.
Whatever you did.
All right. I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay. The next
Mayor
item on
Murphy?
the agenda.
You need to open the meeting, sir.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my mistake. I got ahead of myself. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Okay, all in
Pick
favor?
one.
After you.
Aye. All right.
Aye.
Sorry about that. The next item on the agenda are presentations. And the first presentation I have to do tonight. Hope you could all see this lovely presentation. And it's to one of our employees, Andre Powell. And I'm going to read it. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck, since its establishment in November 16th, 1895, has been blessed with leaders who have dedicated themselves to improving and advancing the betterment of all. And whereas, while many of these leaders are well known, many others serve in less obvious but equally important ways to enhance the quality of life in our friendly village. And whereas one of these individuals is Andre Powell, who answered the call of service to the Mamaroneck community as an employee of the village 5 years ago, originally hired as a laborer in the Parks Department, and now employed as an employee of the Sanitation Department. And whereas Andre Powell is a member of the Powell family, who have given so much to the residents of the village through their generational service within a straight gate church, a ministry in which both his grandfather and uncle have served as spiritual leaders. And whereas Andre Powell is the latest exemplar of this family commitment, having recently gone above and beyond the call of action, risking his personal safety by preventing a young child from being hit by a vehicle on Beach Avenue. Therefore, I, Mayor Thomas A. Murphy, on behalf of the residents of the Village of Mamaroneck, hereby express our deep gratitude to Andre Powell and convey to him the esteem by which he is held by his fellow employees, and thank him for his selfless action. Mr. Powell, Thank you very much. I know you and I run into each other on a weekend morning when you're out doing your job and I'm out enjoying a bagel. You're an energetic hard worker who always has a smile on his face and a kind word for everybody. What you did for this child, is an example of the great employees that we have in this community. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And as I'm sure the parents of that child do.
Yes.
We have a lovely plaque here for you. Sally will have it for you whenever you're ready. And if you'd like to say a couple words, that'd be fine.
No, just thank you so much. And I'm glad I was there to help. And yeah, he's a good kid.
Thank you, my friend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good work, Danny. Thank you. And
All right.
we'll have this for you and a little something extra in the envelope, I heard. Not just kidding. That season's over. That season's over already.
I hear you.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Everybody have a great night.
You too.
Have a good night.
Bye, Andre.
All right.
Okay, and the next item on our agenda is a presentation from our fine fire department. And we have another employee, but also a fire chief, Chief Barney here. Hello, Chief.
Hello, how are you? How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, sir.
I'm hoping that you all have the slideshow that I had asked Sally to send out on Friday afternoon.
Mhm.
All right. So at the council meeting last week, we, as a company, Columbia Engine Hose, requested the fire department to allow us to start building what will be the next replacement fire engine. And we selected a company, which will be the same company that that Mamaroneck, the current engine 40 that's due to arrive in the next several weeks, Seagrave. So the council approved us to start the process of building, which, as you know, as a board now, is a long and drawn out process from, starting to find it and, piece together what you need and what you don't need and weed through the whole build process. So Mr. Barbario asked me to put together this presentation, just a quick 4-slide show to explain what we're planning on doing. Just so you have an idea, we're not trying to, spend a substantial amount of money in the next six weeks. This is, as you know, it takes a long time for this to happen. So we wanted to start with this. At first, we'll just, the second slide is, as you see, it's just a list of the committee members. As you can tell, it's a pretty substantial group of people that are in our company. Mostly past chiefs and 3 captains that are currently our most active drivers.
Hey, Chief,
and
I'm sorry, I just forgot. Which house is this for again?
This is Columbia on Barry Avenue, Barry and Jefferson Avenue.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I missed
You're welcome. That's okay. Yeah, that was on the first slide, but actually we kind of scrolled past it. But if we go to, that's just the list of the committee members. We go to the third slide. Just some basic information. There's a NFPA, which is the standards of all firefighting, suggests that an apparatus at over 20 years old be removed from frontline service. As of today's date, our current engine 41 is now 25 years old. We have 5,539 engine hours on the motor. Now, while we don't drive it around town, Matt, we're not constantly putting miles on it like a sanitation truck or a salt truck. But the just engine idling miles, engine idling equivalates to more miles. So the amount of hours that are on that vehicle are equivalent of over 330,000 miles on that truck. And on average, this piece of apparatus is going to 500 alarms a year. So it's a very active piece of equipment. It's one of the first new apparatus to the thruway. Should there be an accident, it houses one of our Jaws of Life tools. So it is a very active piece of equipment.
So, Chief, how do you gauge engine hours?
So the Department of Transportation has an equivalent to 1 engine hour is equivalent to putting 60 miles on the vehicle.
I understand that, Chief, but how do you measure
So
engine hours?
the vehicle actually has a gauge, just like a mileage gauge.
Gotcha.
And any diesel piece of equipment also has a engine hour meter on it.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because diesel trucks on average can go 200,000-300,000 miles. You know, a diesel pickup truck can last a very long time. But a lot of these larger pieces of equipment aren't doing road miles, but they're running for long and long periods of time where they're still getting beat up just as if they were driving over the road.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We can go to the next slide. So in 2011, there was a presentation given when we needed to replace one of our ladders. And it coincides with that every 20 years that something should no longer be a frontline piece of apparatus. We purchased one of the ladder trucks in 2010. This was a presentation that was given. So if you go to the actual next slide, and we can kind of go back between the two of these, you will see that this is where we're currently at in 2021. So if you lose the engine 40 from the middle, engine 41 would be the next pumper to be replaced in that 20-year span. Since that ladder was purchased in 2010, the every 5-year thing, for the most part, has been being followed, and we are setting ourselves up for success. The problem that we're having now is just like with everything else, lead out time on deliveries are now up almost to 2 years. So if we delay the process of ordering the equipment, we won't see it for several years to come. And that would now, if we don't move forward with the next piece of equipment in, say, the next 6 to 8 months, just putting a purchase in, not necessarily buying it and spending the money right away, but at least putting a purchase in, by the time the new engine 41 would come in, we would be almost 30 years old, the vehicle. So if you bounce back from the other slide to where we are now, we are definitely we're definitely spacing it out so that the next purchases aren't all on top of each other, but we're still trying to catch up to where we were trying to put ourselves in 2011. Any questions on that timeline?
No, I got it.
I have a question, Mayor, I have a question for Chief Barney. James, did we talk about replacing engine 39 with one of these other 2 engines at some point, or will that remain the spare?
Yeah, so I don't know what Chief Costa or the council's current plan is, but usually as one gets purchased, it becomes a spare till the next one gets purchased and becomes a spare.
Okay.
And so on. If it's feasible, if the vehicle is so far gone, then it can't be. But
okay,
that's always on the the forefront of the mind while they're moving through the process.
Okay.
We can go to the next slide. So current engine 41 was built in 1997 by R.D. Murray, who is currently no longer in business. They were bought out by another manufacturer. It's a Spartan Gladiator cab and chassis. It's an all aluminum body, and it holds 500 gallons of water. It is a 1,500 gallon per minute pump. It also has the jaws of life on it. You can go to the next one, please. And then just this is just a projected timeline of what our process seems to be based on the build of engine 40. We actually started looking at apparatus as a group from our company back in October, when we started to see the lead out times on deliveries go over the full 365 days. It wasn't until last month that we decided there was really only one manufacturer that we wanted to go with, because they're the only ones that present an all stainless steel body from top to bottom. So we chose to go with Seagrave, it kind of made the decision a lot easier for us because they're the only ones to offer it. So it's not really too much else to look at. Given the conditions here and the weather, nothing else really seems to be holding up in the Northeast for the amount of time that we're keeping equipment.
Yeah.
And if the rest of the timeline, obviously I'm presenting tonight. As a committee, we would hope to have something to present to the board in late August or September. And then obviously from there, we would hope that we could choose to move forward. And as I said, they're over 570-day lead out time from a contract. If a contract was executed next month, it would be 570 days before you saw that delivery. And obviously everything's just getting worse and worse just because of the backlog. So even if if you guys were to approve something in September, you wouldn't see it till March of 2024.
Okay. Chief, I just want to, I don't remember, when I was with the town of Mamaroneck, we ordered a fire truck and they had to cancel the order. The fire truck was, the chassis was askew. I just check with the town of Mamaroneck and just see, I don't remember which manufacturer it was.
It was KME.
Okay, all right. All right, so you know about it.
We're all aware of that. It drove down the street sideways.
Yeah. Like a 1920s movie.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to
we have a truck that drives down the street sideways, but it's supposed to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you knew about it and we didn't, fall into that same problem, the same manufacturer.
Yeah, we're aware.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. And I think that's it. So we put that together. We wanted the board to be aware that we are out there looking and we are out there trying to obviously put together the best thing to protect the village. And we wanted to make sure you're just aware of all of our steps so that no one was taken off guard if they were to hear about it from anyone else.
Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate the heads up. This is obviously on your capital plan, right?
I believe so.
So Mayor, the 5-year rotation is potentially not specified, but that's something that we've followed in the village for a while now, based on that chart that Chief Barney was able to show.
Okay. Yeah, and I know there's long lead times now because of COVID slowdowns and stuff like that. I'm sure fire engines, like everything else, have microprocessors and everything else in them, and it's getting harder and harder to find parts and chips. So I understand the lead time.
A question I had of the fire department the other night was, if the city of New York puts in an order for 100 fire trucks and the village of Mamaroneck puts in one order, why wouldn't they, or do they get priority? And the way it was explained to me is they work on municipal fire trucks, then they'll work on a city fire truck. Every third truck that they're doing, they would work on the city fire truck. So everyone gets in line, just that the city has more spots in the line than municipal orders. So
it makes sense, right? The city must be buying 100 trucks a year.
Yeah, the city buys a lot, and we don't get pushed aside because the city has a big order. And I thought that was an interesting point that I didn't know. I didn't know, ordering other trucks in the past. I didn't know that. So that's great.
Chief, is there anything else we need to know about this apparatus?
Not at this time. Obviously, once we put together what we need to store our equipment and to be comparable to what we currently have, we will come to you and present it, and you will see the plan.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or concerns for Chief Barney about this presentation? Okay. Chief, I just want to point out for the watching and listening public that Chief Barney is a longtime village employee, and he has filled the role of acting DPW foreman since a longtime DPW foreman has been ill, and he's gone above and beyond the call of duty, and he's done an excellent job, and we appreciate your efforts.
You're welcome, and thank you for the acknowledgement, and thank you all for your time tonight.
Good night, Chief.
Good night.
Bye. All right. Pardon me. All right, the next item up is communication to the board. And I just want to explain before we start communication to the board. There's a 5-minute time limit on communication to the board. There's a communication to the board at the beginning of the meeting here, another one at the end of the meeting. If you're talking about a item under new or old business, it's a 3-minute time limit. If you're talking about the order of the bills, it's a 5-minute time limit. And this is true whether you're an ex-mayor of the village of Mamaroneck, my child, or anybody. Those are the rules. Thank you. So can we please start with Mr. Tippett? I got it. Okay, sorry. Hi, Glenn. Unmute yourself, sir.
Good evening, trustees. Number one, was anything decided in executive session that needs to be announced?
Had that been the case, I would have announced it.
Okay, because I did see directors boatyard on there for their sorority, and I'd like to, at one point. Well, I'll wait, but we know that that's going to be a large number. The town of Mamaroneck had another sorority go through last week, and that's going to cost us another $19,000. Good evening. I hope everybody is having a good day. Good news on the COVID front. We're down to 1,100 testing positive. We're under 2%. We're down to 1,800 in the hospital, and we're down to 336 in ICU. So over the last 2 weeks, we've really gone in the right direction, and hopefully by April, May, it'll be behind us, and you can see me in person.
I'm looking forward to that.
Couple of items. With the fire truck, not only it's 570 days until they deliver it, but then usually we send it over to Excalibur and they add all the extra bells and whistles that the truck needs. So, it might be another 30 days before you can even put it into service. I'm glad that Jerry called up and spoke to the fire department. I mentioned it at the last meeting. A lot of equipment has a lot of lead time. So hopefully, all the heads of all the departments have discussed it with the village manager. And, we can make sure that we're getting our equipment in a timely manner, realizing that we have the new lead time.
Time is over.
We're discussing the new budget. Fortunately, I missed the beginning of it. Was there any discussion about where we sit with this year's budget? Because I see that you did make you are going to be making the adjustment for the police overtime, and there's a number of items that need to be adjusted on the budget that we know are going to be up. The sales tax is probably going to be up 600,000 to 800,000 over what we expect it to be. But we have the mortgage tax is probably up. The tenants was up over 100,000. there's some items that are up that are offset. We've collected $1 million worth of insurance recovery, but unfortunately, most of that is a expense that came, I would assume, 80% from Ida. And
He's not well, is he?
yeah, so that would be an offset. And then we got a good amount of money from CHIP, and that would be for past capital projects. So that is going to be a cash through our budget. At some point, Augie is going to charge whatever the capital project is, and you're going to see the CHIPS money come in off on the other side as an expense. On the downside, we have metered parking, which is probably going to come in somewhere about $150,000 less than we budgeted. We have Harbor Island parking, which is about $80,000 less than budgeted. We have the beach, which is $50,000 less than budgeted. We have the pavilion, which is about $70,000 less than budgeted. We have fines and forfeitures, which is going to be probably about $100,000 less than budgeted. Permits is coming in light. It could change in the future. So I will write up and send in those items. And then on the expense side, you have one major one, which is the hospitalization and health coverage, which is going to need $150,000 judgment. It went up as a January 1st significantly. So with the payments that we have left, we have April and May payment left.
Done.
We're going to need approximately $899,000, and we got $723 in the budget for.
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay.
Have a good evening, my friend. I'm sure I'll speak to you later.
Thanks, Glenn.
Okay. There are no public hearings tonight. Audit of the bills, item 2A. 2A, the first item is a resolution authorizing budget amendment for Parks Water. So let me get this right. For years, we were tapped into the county line and using their water. And apparently the county found out, and being the cheapskates that they are, they're making us pay for our own water now.
That's one way to say it.
Okay, so, and since we hadn't budgeted for that water, we now have to budget because they're making us pay for it? Okay. And this is a transfer of $5,000 from contingent to the Parks Utilities water. And this is for the area by the Fireman's Memorial and the gazebo. Is that correct, Jerry?
On the post road.
On the post road.
On the post road, yeah, right.
Anybody on the board have any questions or concerns? So this is coming out of one pocket into another pocket.
Move approval.
All right, again, make motion. I'll second the motion. Augie, call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the floor.
Victor, we didn't hear you.
Mayor Murphy,
Yes. The next up is a budget amendment for police reimbursement overtime. And it's moving from the revenue, public safety, $195,000 to appropriations, police overtime. So this is money that has come in from contractors. With folks that don't know, when you see Con Ed or some contractor digging up the road and there's a police officer there, those contractors are paying for the police officer. So this is taking the money in, and then after we take the money and we have to transfer the money to the police overtime to make up the loss of revenue. Is that correct, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. So this is,
Yes.
any questions or concerns?
I'd like a motion, please.
So moved.
Second,
Augie call.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye.
Overseas connection must be out there.
Budget amendment salt. Okay, this is taking 37,000 from the general fund balance and removing it to snow removal materials. And the reason for this is that salt has gone up by $23 a ton, or 46%, since we last looked at it. Is that correct, Jerry, in sum and substance?
It's gone up. The exact numbers, yeah, that's right. It's gone up. The cost now is $73 a ton. It used to be around $50 a ton. That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. So this isn't because we've had a particularly inclement winter.
No, this is the regular topping off of the existing supply that we maintain all the time in the shed.
Okay, Trustee Natchez, you want to say something?
No, that it just was answered. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question.
Yeah.
Jerry, are we using as much salt as we used to, or are we using more brine now?
No, Lou, brine is not a replacement for salt. Brine gives us a couple of hours of response time.
Yeah.
And so brine is mixed for us at the town of Mamaroneck. We go pick it up and apply it. The amount of salt used in a brine solution is 23%, of a gallon. So it really isn't that much at all. It's somewhat insignificant. The fact is that our crew is putting down brine on a regular basis this year, as opposed to other years, because we're just having more ice storms. And we're trying to give ourselves a little bit more time to come in late in night or early in the morning and kind of prepare a little bit. But
brine doesn't displace salt in any way.
Yeah, the cost of salt going up $23 is a huge jump. We used to pay these amounts 4 or 5 years ago, at least from when I was in Jersey.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I need a motion.
So moved. Or second.
Okay, Nora made the motion. Trustee Young second. Call the roll, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next up is the abstract of audited vouchers, $909,508.20. Somebody have any questions or concerns? Glenn, go ahead.
Am I still on?
Yeah.
Yeah. The one I was gonna ask about is we have fire equipment 2021. Is that the end of the fire equipment being ordered that we got the bond from the dorm authority for?
What page?
It'd be all the way on the bottom under capital.
Do you have the page number? Make it easier for us.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. We're still,
Okay, go ahead.
we're still ordering stuff there. Like with many things, there are delays in the supply chain of being able to fill these orders. So we haven't ordered everything that we are scheduled to order. And we have until, I believe, May of 2023 to spend the entire $250,000 that was we received as that part of that grant that Assemblyman Otis helped us secure.
Yeah, good. So that's basically all going to be paid for by that bond. It's just slow with the equipment. Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's
Thanks, Glenn. Anybody on the board? No? Okay, I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Okay, call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, great. There is no old business.
The next up, a resolution, execution of agreement. This is new business item 4A, resolution, execution of agreement with Southeast Consortium. What this is all of the towns from Portchester, towns and villages from Portchester to Pelham have banded together, and they have formed a consortium to give recreational services to folks with special needs. It would be very prohibitively expensive for one community, especially some of these small communities like us, to do it. But we band together and do it. And actually, they provide great service to the folks who use this service. I've heard nothing but good things about them. For us, it's very convenient because they're headquartered in the town of Mamaroneck Village, and they use, a lot of times, they will use the pavilion to have programs for folks. So it works out very good for us. It's cost effective. We've been doing this for 40 years. That is that program, and we are just renewing our participation in it. So I would gladly make that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Nora. Can we please call the roll?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next up is resolution appointment of bond counsel. Now, what this is, was we have a bond counsel, and the gentleman who is our bond counsel was a sole practitioner. That gentleman has now become a member of a firm. So it's the same contract, the same terms, but it is just moving his where we send the check to Harris Beach LLC, instead of where we used to send it to is Mr. Jeff Storch. Mr. Storch has joined Harris Beach. So there's no impact to the taxpayers. It's just a change of address on a check. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Ford Escape, resolution authorizing purchase of a Ford Escape SE, and I will ask my friend, Mr. Sarnoff, to give a brief explanation of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're looking to replace a vehicle in the building department, which is a 2014 Ford Focus, which has been plagued by transmission issues. The plan is to turn down the 2015 Chevy Equinox, which is assigned to me, to the building department, and this will replace that vehicle. And the quote is off Washington County contract. And as noted in the memo, I did actually secure a second quote from another contract we can participate in, and the Washington County contract is cheaper by several $100s.
Okay. Any questions or concerns from board members? I'd like a motion.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nora. Please call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next item, resolution authorizing contract with Zenicity, we are holding off. Resolution authorizing funding of upgrade to the pay stations. These are the pay stations for parking. We talked about this in work session. Jerry, you want to give a brief update of why we need to do this?
Sure, Mayor. Existing now, we have 15 multi-space meter pay stations throughout the village. This would upgrade the components and the mechanisms, bringing them up to date, including, and I forgot to mention this in the work session discussion, but the 3G issue has come up, where 3G is now no longer
Yeah.
available from certain carriers. So this upgrades the guts of the pay stations and brings them up to date so that we no longer experience, for the most part, missed parking fees, because the pay stations go down so frequently in the during the year, especially in the summertime when we're at peak. So that's what this does. This comes out of a fund. We have $200,000+ in that fund, 240 something thousand dollars.
Great, thank you. Good use of the fund. Mr. Tippett has a question.
Yeah, the parking authority fund. I actually hadn't really heard about it before. How is it funded?
I think, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, when businesses open and they don't have the ability to provide the requisite parking for the business, the zoning board or the planning board, I forget which, will assess them a fee, and they pay that fee into this fund.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome, Glenn. Okay, that being said and explained, anybody on the board have any questions or concerns? Okay, I will make the motion.
Second.
Mr. Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Now, the next item on the agenda is not on the agenda. I want to add an item to the agenda, and the adding item would be about appointing a resident to the Marine Education Committee. So I need a motion to add an item to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Nora first, Dan second. Or we call the roll for that.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The person we're adding is a resident named Elizabeth Selden. She seems very eager and has a lot of experience in education, so it will probably be a very nice fit. So I will make the motion to appoint Ms. Selden to Marine Education Advisory Committee.
Second.
Please call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
I want to thank Trustee Tofor for bringing this to the forefront and for trying to get that committee back on its feet. And I vote yes. All right, communication to the board round 2. And guess it's Glenn.
Hey,
Hey, Glenn, how are you doing?
you were discussing at the during the work session about the conditions of the rivers and everything. We used to have the environmental cleanup days, and unfortunately, COVID kind of got that canceled. And so all the new trustees know, that would be a good one to bring back. And what would happen is we would have all different volunteer groups come and clean the beach and all the different rivers in the village. And then what the village would do is they would have staff help with equipment, actually, go into where, some of the people couldn't go, supply all kinds of garbage bags and support staff. And they would have a Saturday where virtually they'd go through and clean up all the rivers and streams. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it's been canceled for the last couple of years, but perhaps this spring that could be brought back.
I think we did it last year, Glenn.
And it's been rescheduled. We were on the environmental committee talking about it last week. So it's been scheduled again. I can't give you the date off the top of my head.
But we did do it last year.
Yeah, and that usually is a great day where they really get, all the garbage and everything out of the rivers. Finally, everybody, it's been a long couple of years. It's been exhausting. You guys have done a great job. He says, I know I stay on top of you on a lot of subjects and everything, you know, but you know what? I don't challenge the stupid. I challenge those who have high intelligence, and I expect, you know, that, you know, they can give me the answers that I'm looking for. And everyone has come through time after time. And, you know, sometimes I can be long-winded like now, but I do thank you for your patience. And thank and thank you. You know, we are probably more transparent right now. Augie has done fantastic work. We are more transparent as a village right now than we ever have been in the history of this village. And you are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. It's very sweet of you to
Thank
say.
you. That's very nice.
And I agree with you,
Mayor,
especially about our staff.
Mayor, I have something for Glenn.
From Lent?
For Glenn, I think.
For Glenn.
Okay.
Glenn, earlier this evening, I sent the board an email asking for anyone's relevant historical knowledge of a crossing in front of Walter's Hot Dogs. Do you remember one?
I do.
Yeah, there was always a school crossing in front of Walters, usually right where the telephone pole was.
Yes.
Okay.
Going diagonally across.
I can add to that, Jerry. I think the crossing was painted after there was a incident where a child was hit and killed by a car.
That is exactly right.
Does anyone recall ADA ramps at that location? Because that's the requirement now. Maybe not.
No.
They probably weren't.
No.
But back then it
No,
wasn't
not back
required.
then.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, but it can, you can put, there is a driveway that's not used that is now blocked off, except for emergencies, that on the Walter side, and I believe, so you would only have to cut one side on the school.
So the specs for ADA ramps are somewhat detailed right now. That would be a good idea, but that could be a location where we do that. So I appreciate that, but I will discuss this with the county since Palmer, runs a bus.
And Jerry, the question about Walters, was that profiling in any way, shape, or form?
No. I just you and I had a conversation at that location about the signs.
No, Jerry, I was only kidding you.
I know you're kidding me. I know you're kidding me.
You know, when I go to Walters and they say, "How long have you been going to Walters?" I put my hands like I'm clapping, and I go, "The first time I went to Walters, I was this wide."
Jerry, I can give you more background on that when we're offline.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Jerry, I have something for you. A quick question. Can you give us, going to send us a timeline on the implementation of city? And we still haven't gotten it.
Okay, sorry about that. I may have that in my email. I'll look for that right now.
Okay.
Okay. Report from the village manager.
Mayor, the only thing that I have to report is earlier today, the building inspector and I met with Durandi Martinez, the executive director of the Community Resource Center, and Mr. Len Aubrey. And we looked at what will be the next phase of the CRC, and it's extremely encouraging. A lot of what they're doing will be expanded to continue their good work. And the renovations due to the Hurricane Ida will be extensive, especially since they're trying to, for lack of a better term, almost flood-proof the basement at the CRC. But with Westcop moving out of there and the ability for them to expand in that facility for more offices, more worker development, more areas where they can serve their clients. The price tag is up there pretty good. So it's a very worthwhile cause and an extremely beneficial nonprofit in our community, and I just wanted to give them a plug and wish them the best as they rebuild that facility. They've got a lot of work to do.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. They're our partner in many, many ways.
Yep, they are. Other than that, I have two items to file for the record. One is the supplemental agreement for Hillside Avenue Bridge with the DOT, and the other is the agreement for the design work for Halsted Avenue roadway restoration. That's
Great.
it.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk Treasurer.
Yes, Mayor, we have residential and non-residential railroad parking permits expiring on February 28th. The sale for new permits will start March 1st, tomorrow. We've asked the police department to give a 2-week grace period for people to come in and buy them. The second item is that we have a tax lien sale on Wednesday, March 9th at 10 a.m. in the courtroom. You can pay taxes until 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, March 8th. The last item is.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Looky through me.
No. What's up? We have a notice of defect from a resident on the east side of Jefferson Avenue near the car wash. There has been a gurgling of water coming up through the sidewalk that appears to be active 24/7 for at least the past month. This was noted for the record.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Village Attorney.
Just to report, Mayor, that local law 2 of 2022, which dealt with residency requirements, was filed with the Secretary of State and became effective on February 3rd of 2022.
Thank you very much, Bob. Minutes of commissions, boards, and committees. Minutes of the Board of Trustees work session and regular meeting of February 14th, 2020. Minutes of the Flood Advisory Committee on December 28th, 2021. Minutes of the Committee for the Environment meeting of January 18th, 2022. Minutes of the Board of Traffic Commissioners meeting on December 15th, 2021. Before I adjourn tonight, I just want to point out that there is a very tragic event happening in the world in the Ukraine. I'm sure most people know that the Ukrainian state was attacked by Russia. The folks in Ukraine are really teaching us, what the value of freedom is, and they're teaching us about bravery and sacrifice and patriotism. Every morning I get up and I look at my news feed and I see that Kiev is still in Ukrainian hands. And I know that it gives me hope that there are people in this world that are willing to fight and willing to die and willing to sacrifice for their freedom. And their fight is our fight. And I think, we've had too many people screaming about taking their freedom away because they have to wear a piece of cloth on their face. And we have people who are really fighting to maintain democracy. And I wish them all the luck in the world. And I'm glad that we are doing everything in our power, short of sending troops, to help them. God bless them all. And I hope that they survive what they have to go through. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night, everybody.
Right.